Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna Bailau. I'm the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. The clerk has confirmed we have quorum, so I'd like to now call meeting 33 to order and welcome everyone. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating both by video conference and in person at City Hall in the council chamber. City Hall is once again open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting in the council chamber at City Hall today. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is also being live streaming online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The clerk's staff have connected remote public speakers to the meeting by video conference, and there are public speakers in the room with us today. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I ask for everyone's patience if we experience any delays or technical problems during the meeting. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff will be available for members in the chamber and remotely if you need help with your devices. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to ask questions or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it's their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure they turn on their video and raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, this is a paperless meeting, and I want to remind you that you must still submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, Haudenosaunee, Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none. Next, can we have a motion to confirm the minutes from our February 15 and March 25th, 2022 meetings? Councillor Fletcher moves. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay, let's proceed with the agenda review. So first item, 33.1, technical amendments to zoning bylaw 569/2013. If there's no, we have to hold that for speakers. Apologize. Item 33.2, our Plan Toronto Keele-St. Clair Local Area Study Final Recommendation Report. I would like to hold this item, and Councillor Nunziata, who this study includes her area as well. She's actually at an announcement this morning. She'll only be joining the committee for after lunch. So if the committee would indulge me, I would like to have this meeting being discussed right after lunch if possible so that Councillor Nunziata can participate. Okay, committee agrees to that. So if we can make a note of that on the portal as well so everybody and the speakers will know that we'll be discussing this item at 1:30. Item 33.3, Modular Housing Initiative Phase 2, 175 Cummer Avenue, City Initiated Rezoning Final Report. We have speakers on this item. Item 33.4, Amendment to the Effective Date of Mandatory Pre-Application Consultation Bylaw 46/2022. This staff report contains recommendations. I can move the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item 33.5, Concept to Keys Dashboard Status of Priority Development Applications. There's staff recommendations. Councillor Fletcher, would you like to hold the item?
Yeah, I'm going to. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher will hold this item. 33.6, Dundas-Sherbourne Neighbourhood Revitalization Update. We have speakers on the item. Item 33.7, delivering affordable rental housing at 1113, 1117 Dundas Street West. We have a small staff presentation on this item, so I'll hold it down. Item 33.8, open door affordable rental housing support for 28 new affordable rental homes at 90 and 100 Simcoe Street, 130 Pearl Street, and 203, 207, and 211 Adelaide Street West. There's staff recommendations on the item. I can move the item. All those in favor? And opposed, that carries. Item 33.9, status update on achieving additional affordable housing in Villiers Island.
I have a few questions of staff, Chair.
That's for Fletcher to hold. We'll hold that down. Item 33.10, request to explore the PARTNA program and alternative affordable housing options. There's a recommendation that is included in this letter. I do have a technical amendment. If there's no questions of staff, I'll move the technical amendment, and I'm just going to give it a few seconds for the members to read. Okay. All those in favor of the amendment? Item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. Item 33.11, City of Toronto review of Bill 109, More Homes for Everyone Act 2022. We have speakers on this item. 33.12, Transit Design Guide. There's a staff presentation on this item, so I'll hold it down. 33.13, our Plan Toronto Draft Official Plan Employment Policies and Chapter 1 Directions for Consultation. There's speakers on the item. Item 33.14, Zoning Conformity for Official Plan Employment Areas Phase 2 Work Plan. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none. All those in favor of the recommendations? Opposed? That carries. Item 33.15, 2600, 2700 Steeles Avenue West, City of Vaughan, Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Applications, Request for Directions Report. There's staff recommendations on the report.
Madam
We have
Chair,
deputants.
it's Peruzza.
We have deputants on the
Hello?
item, sorry. We have to hold that for speakers. Item 30.
And Madam Chair, just so it's Peruzza. I also have a couple of questions, and I'd like to make a couple of comments.
Yep, we've held the item down, Councillor.
Oh, you're holding it? Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
we have
Thank you.
speakers on the item, yep.
All right.
Item 33.16, 347, 357, and 375 Kennedy Road, Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Amendment Application Preliminary Report. Are there any questions? No, seeing none, I can move the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item 33.17, 221 Sterling Road, Notice of Intention to Designate a Property under Part 4, Section 29 of Ontario Heritage Act. If there's no questions, I can move the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item 33.18, 1702 Queen Street West, Notice of Intention to Designate a Property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. There's no speakers, no questions. I can move the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And item 19, 50 Merton Street, Notice of Intention to Designate a Property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Councillor Perks, would you like to hold, or you're voting in favor? You're voting, okay, so Councillor Perks moves the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. So let's go back to the beginning of the agenda.
Chair, can I just, I did send you a note yesterday that I'm having to step out, correct? 11.
At 11, yep, we should be
Yeah.
okay if I just need everybody else to stay.
Yeah, and then we didn't do it at Community Council, but this is going to be our Councillor Wong Tam's last meeting of Planning and Housing. And I just want to say thank you for all of your heavy lifting on development. You and Councillor Cressy just have more to than anyone. You're extreme expert on good development and also for affordable housing and looking after people that simply don't have a home. And you have such a spread in your ward from the very wealthy to the poorest. And I'd say you've looked after everybody, Councillor, with great care and attention and love. And I just wanted to recognize you here this morning at the committee. Thank you.
Much, Paula. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher, and thank you, Councillor Wong Tam, for all your work over the last 12 years. You have a heavy load of a writing and a word, and we appreciate how diligent you are and the files that you've carried through, and especially in this committee with planning and being such a great champion for affordable housing. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members. It's been an honor to work with all of you. This is one of the hardest working committees, standing committees at City Council by far. I had the great pleasure of serving with many of you, obviously for 12 years, but also the work that we did at Economic Community Development is bar none. But planning and housing has really tremendously grown, and we've been on the leading edge of fighting for affordability and affordable housing, and I'm very proud of the work that was done here. Thank you very much, Chair, for your leadership, and to all the extraordinary members. You are just top notch in my books, and I just wish you the very best. Hopefully I won't be too far away, or perhaps just up the street. I know exactly what Toronto needs to be successful. I've learned those lessons here, and hopefully I'll be able to help make those goals, achieve those goals together. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so let's start with item 33.1, technical amendments to zoning bylaw 569/2013. We have one speaker, Bruce Van Lane. Good morning, Bruce.
Morning, Madam Chair.
You have 5 minutes. Thanks for joining us today. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to begin, Madam Chair, by just asking whether a member of the public can request a committee member to add to the list of technical amendments, because that's the subject of my presentation. So I just thought I'd ask that up front.
You can make your deputation, and then it's up to the members if they decide to take any action based on your deputation.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And also, I did submit some materials to be distributed to committee, but I submitted them quite late, and they might or might not have been received. Could we just clarify that, whether they might have been sent to committee members?
We're working on uploading that on our portal.
Oh, thank you. So I can begin by explaining the background of why I'm making this deputation. So it goes back to an issue raised in 2011 by then Councillor Joe Mihevc, and its impact has a great deal on affordable housing, both for first-time house buyers and also for the rental market. What Councillor Mihevc was referring to is the mechanism by which builders can exclude from the gross floor space calculation, which essentially determines how big a house can be relative to a lot, can exclude from that attic space. And this has been a matter that's been addressed through City of Toronto bylaws as far back as 1987. And Councillor Mihevc noted that what was happening is that builders were being allowed to construct homes that had large attic spaces that were not included in the gross floor area, and then at a later point would apply through Committee of Adjustment to have that attic space considered as living space. And as he pointed out, and I'm not sure whether that has been uploaded yet or not, but it's the first page in that PDF. As he pointed out, when the matter reaches Committee of Adjustment, the proponents can argue, and quite logically, that, well, there's no impact on any house around or the neighborhood because the mass is already there. The building envelope already exists. So why wouldn't you approve it? So he asked that Planning and Housing look into this, and the request was made to Planning Division to submit a report. And the good staff at City Planning Division have provided me with background on what flowed from that request. And at the time, the bylaw that we have right now, the overarching bylaw, was being revised. And so the no specific report was recommended, but a provision of that bylaw was enacted that was intended to address that. However, it hasn't. The specific bylaw within the overarching bylaw is 10.5.40.40.1, and that has to do with inclusion of attic space. So my request to members of the Planning and Housing Committee would be to add that subsection, that chapter, into those technical amendments, and just simply insert the phrase whether habitable or uninhabitable space, because that's the issue that Councillor Mihevc wished to see addressed. So I believe that if council member or Planning and Housing Committee members are able to look at the materials I sent, they'll see that it's back as far as 1994. An OMB ruling noted that this was the intent of a predecessor clause to control massing, and which is part of the issue at stake here. So I do apologize for my late submission of these materials and presentation. I had to take some time off work for health reasons and just found out about the meeting yesterday. So if it's not possible to look at this today, I would make another presentation at a later point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Bruce. That completes the list of speakers on this item. Any questions of staff? No questions of staff. Any speakers on the item? No speakers. I can move staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Item 2 is just a reminder. We'll be dealing with this right after lunch. So we'll move now to item 33.3, Modular Housing Initiative Phase 2, 175 Cummer Avenue, City Initiated Rezoning Final Report. And first speaker on the item, we have Paul Lowes. Good morning, Paul. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm looking at the list of speakers for item 2. First speaker, we have Alina Parkinson. Good morning, Alina. Here you are. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks. Thanks, Deputy Mayor and committee members. So my name is Elena, and I am a volunteer with More Neighbours Toronto, and I'm also a resident of Ward 9 Davenport. And I actually took the day off work today to come and voice my support for this development at 175 Cummer Ave. So as you know, supportive and affordable housing is very badly needed in Toronto. And I actually live quite close to a different affordable housing site. And I think that they're an excellent neighbor. They're providing housing for people who really need housing. And that's good for everyone in my neighborhood. So, we have around 8,000 unhoused people in Toronto, and last year more than 200 people died on the streets. And I think that's really sad. So I really believe that we need to do everything we can to provide dignified and safe housing to every Torontonian. And that's why I'm asking you to support the rezoning for this project so that it can be built and occupied as quickly as possible. However, I am also asking you to please consider if there are any changes that can be made to our zoning bylaws and to our official plans so that in the future, these projects don't require such an extensive process or need to rely on ministerial zoning orders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alina. Any questions of the speaker? I do have one. Alina, you said you live close to an affordable housing project. Is it the modular one that was done in Davenport as well?
Yeah, so there's one that's on Dovercourt and Dundas, and I live near Bloor and Dovercourt, so that is quite close to me. But then there are also some other supportive housing in like I guess like addictions treatment residential programs like right on my street. And it's never negatively impacted me, and I'm really glad that those services are there for people that need them.
And so those are well integrated in the community, the residents are supported. Is that what you've witnessed?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you for joining us today. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have James Brown. Good morning, James.
Good morning. Thank
Good
you
morning.
for having me here this week. I'm a resident at 175 Willowdale Manor. My name is James Brown. I've lived there now for, I suppose, it's 11 and a half years. I'm very supportive of the modular housing at that site. More so, I also support the city's 2030 action plan. And I'd like to thank Mayor John Tory and Councillor John Pillion and the other councillors of Toronto who supported that program and put it into effect. I mean, 40 years ago, we were asking for that. Safe, clean, affordable, supervised housing was always the answer to the shelter problem and the homeless. So, and I also want to thank the Planning Committee. I've been on many of their meetings, and for the seniors, myself and the seniors at Willowdale Manor, all of our concerns, our issues were always front and center. You never put us on the back burner. You listened to us. You made modifications to the building to appease us. So I'm thankful for that too. This process, it should have been built now. There should be 60 people no longer being classified as homeless. There should be 60 people who are part of the community, paying rent and living a much higher lifestyle, but that's not happening. So they brought out a whole new series of disinformation about why this is not being done. And the MVP, one of the things he's saying is that, well, it's a food desert. He's saying that you can't survive without a vehicle if you're at 175 Willowdale Manor. He's saying there's no medical resources, no drugstores. Well, if that's the case, if it's happening now, then for the last 11 and a half years, that's what I've experienced with not knowing it. There's 270 residents at Willowdale Manor at 175 Cummer. Well, there's only 40 cars. So that means that 230 of the residents, how have we survived for 11 and a half years? I mean, there's nothing short of a miracle that we don't have cars. And the reason we've survived is that the transit system, where the situation for the site, there are 5 bus stops. As a matter of fact, you could not even put another bus stop. There's no room for another one. There are 2 right beside the site, 2 more this way and another one this way. If I go to a grocery store, it takes me 7 minutes. I go 1 block to Yonge Street, another block north on Yonge, and there's a grocery store. If I walk another 30 yards, I cross the street, there's a supermarket. If I have to see a doctor, I go 1 block, there's a walk-in clinic, there's a drugstore. I go around the corner another block, there's another walk-in clinic, there's another drugstore. If people happen to have a pet, there's a veterinarian a block away. If you have a cat or a dog, we have Loblaws, we have No Frills. I can be at the subway in 5 minutes. And when I get to the subway, it's totally accessibility if you have an issue. The buses, you always see wheelchairs, you see those motorized vehicles. So my point I'm making is that if everything he's saying is true about that location, how have I existed for 11.5 years? I totally support the program. There's one issue I want to bring up, and the only issue they brought up that has any grain of merit is that they say some of the residents at Willowdale Manor are fearful. It is true, some of them are. But what I can tell you with complete authority, they are not scared of modular housing. How is it possible to be scared of providing safe, clean, affordable, supervised housing? How can that scare you? What they are scared of is they've been told that this is not modular housing. They believe that it's a shelter. They believe it's a halfway house for criminals. They believe it's a harm reduction program. They've been giving the improper information. And unfortunately, 2 years ago, we had all that trouble with the encampments, and that's what they think is coming there.
James,
So
I'm
it's
gonna
not modular housing.
I'm gonna have to
It's-
ask you to wrap up, James.
Okay, so, I mean, that's just my last point. So if there wasn't so much disinformation, the residents wouldn't be that fearful.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, James. Let me see if anybody has any questions of you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, I have one question. You mentioned that you felt like the residents of Willowdale Manor have been listened. So there has been consultation in the community on this project. There's been changes to the project to accommodate some of
Yes.
this feedback. So you can confirm that
Absolutely.
the city has worked with the residents, there has been consultations.
Oh, absolutely. The other thing is that because of the language barrier, there's been communication in different languages. The two Chinese languages, Korean, Russian, Persian. So it's also been a tremendous effort to communicate with people who don't speak English or French.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker, we have Franklin Cockshut. Good morning, Franklin. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. I'm a resident of Willowdale. I live just a few blocks away from the site at 175 Cummer, and I'm 100% in support of the project. I have two friends that also live at Willowdale Manor. They're residents, long-term residents. They also support the project, and I know that there are others in the building that do as well. They tell me that essentially the negative side was built by two organizers that live at the property that spread the fear. One of those people even described to me that the signing of the petition at Willowdale Manor was effectively a form of elder abuse in their opinion. And they also were approached by this individual. So any merit to the petition, I think, should be discredited. Also, all the signs that were presented that we've seen in the media were all done by the same people. You can look at the handwriting and see that. I think this issue of the site has come down to 2 points. I continually hear not enough consultation. Well, now there's been a year of consultation. Those complaints about no consultation happened starting a month after the start of the consultation process. I think what those people are really saying is they want pre-consultation consultation. Well, that doesn't exist. So consultations should no longer. The other one is that they claim the site is not suitable. The previous speaker spoke about that. I can't think of a more suitable site. And I've walked to the stores, 5 minutes walk. Yes, the bus stations are very, very close. There are doctor's offices in close proximity. There's a new grocery store that's being put in. I don't know what can't be, but I think that the claims of the committee needs to find or prove that there is a more suitable site should be recognized that that's a impossibility. You can't prove a negative. How could the planning committee or anybody else for that matter go around to every single property in the city? Well, that's ridiculous. So I don't think any merit should be put on that as well. Clearly, to me, both of that consultation and the sites are not suitable, are impossible issues to deal with and can never be satisfied satisfactorily. I think that on the consultation, what they're really saying is they should be able to decide this issue, not the planning committee in the city of Toronto. Well, that, having people represent us, that is a democracy. That's exactly what we need, and that's what's taking place. I do have a question. I'm not sure if you're able to answer it for the committee. Going back on the issue of suitability, are there any statistics or data on the number of people that have requested to go into any of the supportive housing sites? Is there a waiting list, and do we have numbers of the number of people that are on waiting list? I think this whole issue of suitability should be judged by the people that want to live there, the people that are moving from a shelter or from a friend's couch and don't have a home of their own. Those are the people that should decide whether there's suitability. If we have a long waiting list, clearly the site is suitable. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. I'm sure that through the questions that we have, our staff will try to answer your question as well.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Victoria Stewart. Good morning, Victoria.
I get it.
Victoria, can you
Good
hear us?
morning.
Good morning. You have
Yes, I
5
can.
minutes. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I'm a resident of the subject ward in Willowdale, and I have attended the community consultation meeting. I'd like to comment on a couple of the supporting measures in respect of the actual bylaw changes. My question at the community consultation was why did this not proceed by committee of adjustment? The staff planner very carefully explained why, and I would like to comment on those answers because it gets into the question of what is minor. The staff, and I think correctly, obviously, made the decision that it needed to go to the bylaw process because of a few items. And I would like to point out that those items are in the total package relatively small. So the problem was that there was an issue with the frontage, and that change in frontage, although not now, the frontage would not seem unusual in current bylaw, current city bylaws. What was there is, and the change could not be considered minor. There is issue about the pergola. And the pergola, if you look at the plans, it can hardly be considered offensive. There's an issue about parking and that there will be no extra parking provided. But the people that will be living in this site are not going to put strain on parking because it is not being designed for people, particularly obviously with cars. The final thing is the major change is that the existing zoning is antiquated spot zoning that was done years ago, which zones the site as a seniors only site. We don't, that was very poor spot zoning done at that time. And the current zoning application, of course, doesn't, it is a broad zoning. The zoning is for apartments. That is the zoning. And when I live in Willowdale, and I went up and down Willowdale Avenue during the process, the plethora of signs that said "Save Our Park" were completely part of a disinformation campaign. that property is not park property. It has never been zoned park property, and it has not been used as park property. So that's an example of the amount of disinformation which was presented to the public. And I think the prior speaker, I was at the announcement in City Hall last winter when the chair made the decision that with the councillor in support that we would end up here today. And that gentleman was there. And as he said, he waived his TTC transfer and he said, I could get here really easily and with no problem. So that is my support for this today. And thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Victoria. Next, we have Junyan Chi. No, not with us. Okay. Jeff Hudowski. Good morning, Jeff.
Hello.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes. Go right ahead.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Waradiski. I'm the president of the Silverview Community Association, known as SCA, which borders the 175 Cummer Avenue property, and I'm speaking for and on behalf of our members of our community. This is not the first time this piece of land has come under scrutiny regarding a zoning change. 24 years ago, the SCA president, Mr. Bill West, addressed the Ontario Municipal Board with regards to rezoning of this property. What has changed since 1998? Well, our councillor, John Fillion, still the area councillor, but rather than fighting this parkland development, he's called out the community. Councillor Fillion has turned his back on the residents of Willowdale Manor. He's turned his back on preserving their front lawn. This has been called parkland by some, not meaning a city park, but as the dictionary describes parkland, it says it's land that is being suitable for a park. Currently, the land is used by the general community as well as seniors of Willowdale Manor. He's chosen to be non-responsive to fair questions posed to him by the community. The last attempt on this land in 1998 was managed in a harmonious fashion for numerous reasons. This time it has become a very polarized issue and an issue which could have been avoided. Information back then was much more transparent. The local community was involved and informed. Now the local community cannot get answers from the city staff or councillors. What has not changed since 1998 is the local community is still involved. The OMB denied the appeal in 1998 for many good reasons, all of which still apply today. And the report from back then on page 6 makes a resounding statement which bode well for the City of Toronto to abide and respect it in perpetuity. It was clear from the evidence presented in exhibits 43 and 44 that historically zoning for the Willowdale Manor was specific for the purpose of an apartment house dwelling for senior citizens. Many of the residents of the two facilities, Willowdale Manor and Cummer Lodge, are too old or too infirm to offer opinions regarding the current situation, and it's incomprehensible that the city is trying to deprive the disadvantage of their rights as established by the OMB. The site is beautiful parkland, fully grassed with mature trees, birds, and other wildlife abound in its serene environment. This is a window of the world to many of the Willowdale Manor residents. To deprive them of this lifeline to the outside world is beyond belief. The proposal is simply an environmental degradation. Local residents pass through this patch of paradise on their walks, as well as Tai Chi is seen to be taking place on the grounds on a regular basis. And it is an area that has always been appreciated and utilized. The OMB decision emphasizes the uniqueness of the property and the surrounding area. The proposed 3-story apartment building, apart from obstructing the seniors' view of the world, is completely alien to the surrounding architecture. It is hard to believe that in this day and age that such an incongruity would be even contemplated and favored by the city. The city is choosing to overlook opinions of the local community. Hundreds of people have signed a petition voicing their opposition to this project. Many people just don't like the lack of information and the lack of answers. And doesn't the city have duty to respect the rights of the senior citizens and local residents who so overwhelmingly have lodged their objections. The SCA is being asked by the city if the city purchased the prefab units, which are now sitting on a TTC parking lot with nowhere to go. The city did purchase these units and took delivery without consultation nor proper zoning of the land, and now seems quite prepared to go to any lengths in order to save face. This issue is not and should not be about providing homes for the homeless. That is not the issue. This issue here today is about the use of this precious parcel of land and the city's changed attitude towards it. Yes, times have changed. We all want to know how the land and its use, in your eyes and the eyes of the city staff who are recommending the change, have changed. Why has the city become that developer who chooses to fight the rules, chooses to fight the previous decision of the OMB, a decision that was thought of as cherished and was held dear by the city? We'd really like to know. As president of the Silverview Community Association for and on behalf of our membership, I urge you to reconsider this proposed change, to consider the historical OMB decision, and to abide by that ruling. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today. Then we have, next we have Ann Brooke. Good morning, Ann. Ann, can you hear us? Good morning, Ann.
How much time do you want to give her? There she is. Oh, she's talking.
Good morning, Ann.
She's muted.
Okay. So I've been told that Jian Chi is on the line, so good morning. Can you hear us now?
Yes, thank you for giving me this opportunity. So I'm a resident in the neighborhood of Villiers, close to 175 Cummer Avenue, the site where the modular home is planned to be. Basically, I think I share the opinion of a lot of the people living in this neighborhood, and I do think this project will affect the safety of the neighborhood, and especially ones living at Villiers Manor and Cummer Lodge Nursing Home, because those are very vulnerable seniors. Many of them have cognitive impairment and cannot really defend themselves. So we were told again and again this modular home will not affect the safety of the community. But I used to work in downtown area close to Seton House and Moss Park. And I think everybody knows about Moss Park. This is an area with large number of homeless single male adults. They were sheltered or housed in those areas. And it is well known for longstanding problems with drugs and crimes. And this area has always had very heavy police presence. So I have worked with a senior who had all his belongings and IDs stolen in the Seton House. And there's no evidence that those people will miraculously change their behavior pattern when moving from a shelter to a permanent housing. So not only they need a lot of support, which I don't think can be provided at this site, but most importantly, the seniors living in this area needs to be protected. The other issue I have is that the city has a policy to expand green space, and this project involves destruction of a green space that is very precious for the seniors at Cummer Lodge Nursing Home and Villiers Manor, and also to the whole community. I'm sure there are other options like a parking lot, a city-owned parking lot that could accommodate such a project, which will not involve destruction of green space. I would think, if this project is proposed to, for example, be an extension of the nursing home, we know that there is a big shortage of nursing home. The pandemic really shows the problem. Seniors are living in a very crowded environment. So if there's a plan to have an extension of the nursing home or extension of the Willowdale Manor, a subsidized housing, particularly for seniors, and then I think that will be much more acceptable to the community. But I don't understand why the city will not consider other options. So basically, myself, my family, and we are strongly against this project and hope it's not going to get through. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker?
Yes, I do have a
Councillor
question.
Fletcher.
Yes, I'm just wondering, thank you for coming today to speak to us. Have you gone to see any of the existing modular sites in the city? Have you visited those?
I have passed by, but I have not visited any of them.
So you've not visited the ones that are operational right now? The one in Scarborough or?
No, not in person. Drove by maybe.
Which one did you drive by?
There's one on Jane Street, but I don't think driving by will really. I won't see much by driving by.
So,
But the appearance is not attractive at all.
yeah, so this, you understand, this is not a shelter like George Street, correct?
Yes, exactly. I know
Yeah,
this is
it's a-
not a shelter.
it's just
but
like anybody
it's
who
the
would
same
rent a-
population that are moving from shelter to this location. As I said, I don't think those people will really change all the problems they have just because they have moved from shelter to a permanent residence.
Are there many rental homes in Willowdale? I don't know.
Right, there's some rental homes everywhere, but we are
I
talking
see.
about families and working people.
Yes, you understand nobody can discriminate against anybody moving into a rental facility. I'm sure you're aware of that under the Human Rights Code.
Right, but you should be aware of the human rights, the rights of the seniors too, and the people living in this neighborhood. And, and also those people who come from shelter, they probably need addiction support. They need all kinds of, you have to match the population.
But yeah, but I've only heard from people that have come from the manor and said, that's fine with us every time we've had this. So,
well, I don't think so, because I saw lots of protests there. Did you not see those seniors staying in front of the manor and protesting with their signs?
well, they're
Did you
not
not
here,
hear
are
what
they?
they have to say?
I think
Did
people
you-
have a lot of
No,
misinformation.
I have a question for you.
If I
Did you go
can,
into
would
Willowdale
you
Manor and ask
agree
those
with me
people?
that there's a lot of misinformation? Would you agree with me? There's
No,
You wouldn't.
no, I
agree.
think we
Okay,
see
that's
everything
fine.
very clearly. We're
Thank
not
you.
that dumb.
I just wondered if you would agree that there's been a lot. So you don't think that?
No,
Thank
I
you.
don't. I don't
Thank
agree.
you.
I think
All right,
we have our
thanks.
wisdom,
Bye.
we have our intelligence, we see it.
But you've not been to visit. You've acknowledged you've never visited one, met anybody living in one.
I
Correct?
have not visited.
You have
this
not
new
visited
modular-
one
No,
or
I
met
have not
anybody.
visited
Just
those new
asking,
modular
just
homes
asking.
that are already built. But
You
I
have
have
not
seen the
done that.
shelters and I have seen some of the subsidized
No,
housing.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking, you're telling me you've not visited a modular site and you've never been inside. You've maybe driven by one on Jane. I'm just establishing that.
So
for your
the new
facts.
ones,
Thank you.
no, but the older ones.
Thank you. That's what we're talking about. So you've
Okay.
not done that. Just being clear, because you're talking about facts and I'm just putting some facts. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, but.
Thank
but
you.
I've been to-
Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Thanks for joining us today. Let's try Anne Brooke again. Anne, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for the technical difficulties. My name is Ann Brooke. I'm a local resident. We fully support the modular housing project for 175 Cummer Avenue. We hope that this project will be approved and completed as quickly as possible. It is a much needed part of our social safety net. It has been known for many years that the most effective way to help people without homes to get back on their feet is to get them into homes first. Then they have the stability to address their other problems, health, job search, etc. It is also far more cost-effective than leaving them homeless. We can't understand the argument against this particular location. There is so much need. They will be everywhere. Roughly 8,000 homeless divided by 60 units per site is 133 locations. No one is saying this is the ideal location for all of the homeless. It is literally the other side of the street from the Cummer MTSA, where intensification is supposed to happen because it is so conveniently located. The 1998 OMB decision was clear that this land was for social housing uses and not, as that case requested, for-profit development. It is incredibly cruel to leave 60 people out in the cold for the past winter and probably the next. It is also incredibly cruel to vilify and fear the homeless, especially when you don't know who they are. It does seem to be a tradition, though. I have seen the same vilification about Pearson Place at 53 Cummer, the refugee shelter, and the Griffin Center. I have also heard it was thrown at Willowdale Manor when it was proposed, the existing Toronto housing apartment building on the site. That their fears don't actually happen is lost on them. And for the record, I would like to repeat the corrections to some of the false claims that are likely to be repeated here. The site is not a park nor a parkland. The public park is to the south and is adjacent to Willowdale Manor. There is no school across the street. The site is not in a remote location nor an inaccessible one. The west side of Willowdale Avenue is included in the Cummer MTSA, by definition accessible. There have been more community consultations on this project than anything short of a secondary plan. Their reasonable questions have been answered. This project is not eradicating the green space around Willowdale Manor. It will be using a small portion of the rarely used land on the north side of the existing building. There is still 34 meters of green space to the west along Cummer. There is no change to the green space on the other sides. This has been clearly shown during the presentations. The naysayers' devotion to trees appear to be limited only to this site. The 33 mature trees that were removed on the site across the street didn't get this attention. There is no reason to think that the future residents will be any more dangerous to the community than any random neighbor who are not screened. This is a cruel red herring. Again, we hope this project is approved and completed as quickly as possible. Thank you. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker?
I
Councillor
just
Fletcher.
wondered, one question. I did ask your deputant earlier about, is there quite a bit of misinformation that's out there about this venue? It sounds like you'd say, yes, there is quite a bit that's spreading.
Yes, very much, and very forceful and sort of verging on violent sometimes. And that actually, I emailed the actual OMB decision this morning, just so you have it in case you're interested. I'm sorry I didn't do it earlier. And it's persistent. They will not hear corrections.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, we'll move to the next speaker, which is our last speaker, Kira Heineck. No, she's not here? No, Kira? Oh, two more. Okay. Okay, is Kira here? Okay. So next we have Nathan Gomez. Good morning, Nathan.
Hi, my name is Nathan Gomes. I'm the president of the Baby Cummer Neighborhood Association. This particular development is in our catchment. We represent nearly 1,000 households in which the residents of Willowdale Manor are paid about, I'd say about 50 are paid members of our association. I can tell you that many of them, since the last consultation occurred, have asked for an in-person consultation because they don't actually have internet access. So Councillor Fletcher, the reason why they're not here is because many of them don't have access to the internet. Many of them cannot get down there, and many of the can't get downtown. And many of them have asked specifically for consultation, in-person consultation, since that occurred, and have been denied. We've been CC'd on all of these requests. I'm happy to put those in writing and send you all of those emails and show you exactly what's happened. So, with that, I'll continue with my presentation. I'd like to say that, people have the biggest concern we've had with this project has been due process. We know from our access to information, so actual factual information, freedom of information requests, that a site list was provided the CMHC in April 28th, 2020. In April 29, 2020, the list was approved, was not disclosed to the public. In June 12, 2020, the CMHC signed a legally binding affordable housing agreement, which they agreed. And I put in my submission here, screenshotted, prior to the use of any of the proceeds, that they would have the land zoned, and they would confirm that it was zoned before any construction occurred. But we saw in August 14, 2020, an RFS was constructed, and they used a pre-qualification method of suppliers. So they would never have to publish a list again. They would only publish it that one time. And then in November 10th, 2020, so months before our councillor was even informed, so it's not even his fault. Before he was even informed, they had begun the construction of this project, which doesn't make it without even telling anyone. So now we have, in February 23rd, 2021, our councillor finally becomes aware of this, is trying to advocate for seniors, and he puts this thing out there and says this is not, he's trying to say, I'm trying to go and say that I'd prefer more seniors and whatnot, but really he's trying to address the situation that the city is in, because they've already begun construction. And now they're starting the consultation process after the fact. So in March 9th, it moved. The engagement meeting was held. In March 10th, a day after the first alleged consultation, the minute our MPP says this is not proper consultation. How can this be proper consultation, right? Like a day after it goes to council, and then after that, you have the Planning and Housing Committee on May 20th. Everything here is being fast-tracked after the fact. How can you have proper consultation after you've already initiated a procurement in November, months before this even happened? You have not spoken to anyone, and now you're stuck with modular housing sitting in Finch Station simply because of poor planning and not following the proper zoning procedure in the actual agreement that you signed. And, to go back now and say, this is proper consultation and whatnot. And I saw Councillor, the chair, with respect to the chair, I saw your Twitter letter, and I was surprised, there's so many missing pieces in that timeline, right? Like, if you're going proper consultation, you should, and you're advocating, you should be, you should lay out all the facts and when all the events happen. I can tell you that, as an association, we care very deeply for seniors, as Councillor Fillion knows. We delivered at least $80,000 in programming for our vulnerable, in social isolation for the seniors. We've delivered 300 meals over the course of the pandemic to these seniors in their home, and we care about them, right? We don't want to see them become more isolated because they're afraid to go outside, right? And this is not about homeless housing for the homeless, or it's about the mental health of the seniors that live there and the removal of their protections. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. And now, yes, we move to the last speaker, June Wong. Good morning, June.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
So-
Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me? Okay. So my name is Jun Wang. I'm living in the Villiers community, and I ask you to cancel the plan of the rezoning to modular housing at the Villiers Manor 175, Cummer. Here's my reason. So we need to protect our most vulnerable neighbors, their senior person, and protect the site, which has been zoned for senior only. By law, it's the city, right? By law, the apartment that are dwelling use only senior apartments are presented permitted on site. Yeah. The second one, the city plans were reviewed just hours before the city approved. There's no signs were placed on the Villiers Manor site until after city approved. This is not illegal. This is illegal, right? So the third one, I believe affordable house is needed in the city, in the country, in the province. But this is not good place. It's not correct place. The below items in the plan are full of risk, dangers, and not proper, which should be rejected. I can see that in the plan, the front yard setback, the 6 meters where 42 meters are required. So it's huge risk. There's no parking, but by law, 6 parking lots required. And the no accessible parking, that's ridiculous. And the width of the staircase encroaching into a required setback is 3.6 meter width versus a 2 meter limit. And the location of the pergola and the bicycle parking dimensions, the provision of the loading space, all this against the zoning approved by the law, by the city, right? So by law, they are not good. Fourth one, the parking lot. There's more than 600.
Hello?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So there's more than 600 senior citizen residents of Villiers Manor and the Cummer Lodge. Their families, staff enjoy the parking lot. Even my children, my child. No consideration has been given to their well-being, nor to the neighbor and the children who play in the parking lands with green grass and the trees. The fifth, I'm also concerned about the location and how it was designed. It's nowhere near any convenience and smack dab in the middle of the valuable people. There seems to be a lack of the common sense, right? When it comes decide the location of this structure. This structure should be in the area within meters of convenience, not in the middle of the senior home and taking away their green space. Why and how this decision made? So, conclusion, I demand the city plan be cancelled. I further demand the province take such steps as necessary to permanently preserve the Villiers Manor parkland at 175 Cummer Avenue, Toronto. So against the future, the city of Toronto attempted to destroy the redevelop such parkland. Even we already have the zoom for this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much. That concludes our list of speakers on this item. Any questions of staff? Visiting councilors? No? Bring it into committee. Any questions of staff? I do have a question. Oh, you have a question, Councillor Fletcher?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
Okay. I just want to ask the question. So how many people do we have on a waiting list for supportive housing?
Good morning, Deputy Mayor. So it's Abby Bond from the Housing Secretariat. So I have some information for you. So we have about 8,000 people on a kind of shelter by name list. And then in addition to that, we have about 23,000 people who are on a supportive housing wait list through Access Point, about a third of those who are directly experiencing homelessness. And then we also, in addition to that, have our wait list, those people are waiting for social housing and rent geared to income housing. That's, as of the end of last year, 78,879 people.
Great. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to ask a question too. Just
Councillor Fletcher,
how many
go ahead.
modular? Thank you. Can you just tell us how many modular sites there are, please?
Through the chair, yes. So we had 2 that opened in 2021, and then we have another 5 that we're looking to open this year.
So the 2021 is in Ward.
So we have
Ward.
one site at Dovercourt,
Yes.
in Deputy Mayor Bylau's ward, and one at Macy in Councillor Crawford's ward.
No, one of the deputants had mentioned a modular housing development on Jane Street, and I didn't realize that there was one there.
Yes, through the Chair Council, I'm not completely familiar with that site that was referenced.
So it's not
I don't
a
believe
modular.
it's not one of our sites. There
Okay.
there may be an additional site that somebody else is developing, but it's not one of the ones on our list.
It's not that, whatever site that was on Jane is not part of this program.
That's correct.
Okay, so I think that there probably is some information out there people don't have. Have you, in these consultations, have people been offered the opportunity to visit any of the up and running sites?
Through the chair, so we've shared information about the sites. When we were doing the engagements in the first couple of quarters of 2021, the 2 sites that we had just completed were just opening, and we were in the process of tenanting those. So we weren't, and also we're in the middle of a pandemic still and lockdown.
Yes.
So we weren't necessarily offering site tours at that time. But since then, we have had a number of people, councillors included, who've expressed interest in visiting sites, and we have been able to arrange a few tours for people so that they can see the inside of the building. But we do also have on our website videos which show the inside of the building, so people can kind of look and see what the feel of the building is and how it will operate.
But these sites are known because they're published, so someone could drive by and have a look and see that the grounds are well kept and looks pretty good, and there aren't people just sleeping on the grass in front, that they're quite lovely design buildings. So that's an opportunity, even if they can't go in, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
It would be very good to clear that up, that there's only the 2 operating sites, because I think there must be more than our deputant that came today that believes that what she saw on Jane Street was an example of what would be going on Cummer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Speakers on the item, visiting councillors. Councillor Fillion.
Yes, hi. This would make a really interesting sociological study on what happens when a small but organized group decides to spread misinformation throughout their neighborhood, and how in this day and age, that combined with social media, how that can actually take hold to the point where I had people, lots and lots of people sending me form letters that would be full of information, and for several months I would respond to those, pointing out all the things that were incorrect, and it made no difference whatsoever. That people got into a mindset where they'd been told something, they accepted it as true, and there was no point trying to tell them it wasn't true because they had totally tuned out to that and would only listen to anybody presenting them with information that supported their point of view, that this was a bad location, or that they were being misled, or that, you know, it was all a big secretive process. You know, just really unfortunate and really sad for the community. What, you know, the flip side of that is how many good people came forward and did their best to confront that misinformation. You heard from some of them today, you know, and that, you know, that's really the you know, the representative sample of people who live in Willowdale. I can't think of a single reason not to approve this today, and top of mind are 59 reasons to approve this, being the 59 people who had no place to live last winter, even though we had homes ready for them. And because some of the people who spoke today will no doubt appeal this, who may very well be out in the cold again next winter. And that is really unconscionable, but that is for, I guess, people to deal with their own consciences on this matter. So I'd like to commend this project to you. It's not perfect. There are no perfect solutions to homelessness, as you know. It is certainly a very thoughtful approach to this. The location is as good as we could find in Willowdale, and I fully expect that this will be not only a help to the 59 people, but that it will become part of the community and will be accepted as part of the community, and that a lot of the neighbors, some of the people that you heard from today who are in support, will very much help to make it a successful project and to be well integrated into the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Bringing into committee, any other speakers on the item? Councillor Fletcher?
No, I just wanted to say that thank you to Councillor Filion. And it's very hard once the misinformation campaign gets started to bring it back. And as we all, I used to be the chair of the school council, and once something started, it was very hard to get the accurate information out. And I just want to thank you, Councillor, and as well the staff in the Housing Secretariat for always trying to get that accurate information out. And I'm not picking on anybody, but in saying that there's a Jane Street modular, then I'm sure people think that that's a modular in the community. And I know that even those, it's when you whip up a lot of fear about who's moving in, it really creates stress for people. And I hear that many of these deputants, or a number of them, are quite stressed. And I just would say, once this opens and it's well run and people are fitting in, everybody's temperature that's concerned will be lowered. So advancing this as quickly as possible, Councillor Filion, is the right thing to do. And I agree with you. It's very sad that a number of people who would have been warmly housed over the last winter didn't have that opportunity. So thank you for getting this to a place, and I will ensure that those who are most concerned, your fears will be lessened. I had the same thing with my first supportive housing. It was very difficult, and it's very well accepted. People understand. And I'll just say to all of you, absolutely every one of us knows somebody who's had a hard time, maybe who's mentally ill, who's lost a lot of money, who has an addiction of some kind, and they need help. Those aren't the only folks that are going into a modular. People that have lost their jobs during the pandemic, many people had been couch surfing, staying with friends or relatives. In the pandemic, they couldn't. There's so many reasons why people are unhoused. And we'll just find our better selves and get them moved in as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on the item? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm very happy to lend my support to this final report, to thank the city planning staff for the extraordinary work that they've had to do to get the report out as quickly as they have. And of course, it wouldn't have necessarily been necessary if the provincial government met the city's request for the ministerial zoning order. And it's important for all of us to also understand that the ministerial zoning order was requested after the city did a series of due diligence. Members will recall that our city planning staff put out a set of criterias that had to be met in order for the city to request ministerial zoning orders, and how they were going to ensure that there was constituted good planning in the development and in the proposals. I want to also thank, of course, the community members who have come out to speak in support of the application. I'd recognize that that is not necessarily easy to do, especially when neighbors get into conflict. And I hope that that there is a way for the neighborhood to come back together again, as we've seen all great neighborhoods do, including the good people of Willowdale, to come back together to work together so that they can champion this housing that will be built, that will ultimately be the homes for 59 individuals. It's also important for all of us, and I want to just tip my hat to Councillor Villiers and to this committee. Councillor Villiers, you have shown us what grace under fire looks like. I think that your support, and it was absolutely critical, because your support as the local councillor to ensure that this project got your support, and I know that you don't come to these decisions without, you know, a lot of careful thought and consideration. And I also know that you would never do anything to harm your community. You would only do it because it would be good for your community and the members and the residents that live there. But I just wanted to say thank you to you, Councillor Villiers, for your steadfast leadership in this conversation, for standing up to what has, I'm sure, oftentimes been very difficult community meetings. And I think that that's the leadership that we need at City Council moving forward, including civic leaders moving forward to make sure that affordable housing is built in every single neighborhood from every edge of the city to ensure that we can adequately address our housing crisis. So Councillor Villiers, I just wanted to say those things. I know that this committee feels very strongly about your leadership. Unfortunately, it was not the same type of leadership that resonated through all orders of government in your ward, but nevertheless, you led. We saw that you led, and the fact that these individuals will move into these homes at some point in time is largely due to you and your effort. So thank you very much, and thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I will just be very brief. I'm happy to support this project. It's been a long time coming. As Councillor Villiers has alluded, we should have folks living in these housing units on the site already. It is regrettable that it has taken as long as it has. We know that there was an expedited and faster way to address the housing crisis on this site, to bring these really important housing units forward, and the supportive and wraparound services that will come with to ensure residents will be successful in the community. That could have been done faster. So that's regrettable. But it is here today through the leadership of Councillor Villiers, through the leadership of the mayor and our deputy mayor in this committee, and through the leadership of local leaders in the community. That's not lost on me either. Many of you joined us today and in previous meetings to have those tough conversations, to talk to your neighbors, to take the time to understand why this is important, and to take the time to understand what it's going to be, what it's going to look like, how the concerns that have been expressed will be addressed and worked through as we go forward. We're not dismissive of concerns, but recognizing that we need to separate concerns from disinformation. Councillor Villiers, I think your comment about a longitudinal sociology study of all of these sort of things is an important one. I've certainly seen that on some of the projects that have come forward in Beaches East York. And I think it's a message to staff, it's a message to the city, it's a message to all of us, how we bring these really important projects forward, but do it in a way where we're building coalitions of support and importantly, addressing the rampant misinformation that can derail these projects, stoke fear, stoke division, and pull neighborhoods apart. That's not a good thing. And it's more prevalent now than I think it's ever been. It's more prevalent than it ought to be. And we need to get our heads around a better way of setting the record straight, of providing the facts, of alleviating some of the concerns that folks rightfully have, but making sure that we're doing that in a thoughtful and sensitive way. And I've said for a couple of years now, tweeting about it isn't enough. And if we are not involved as a community, as a city, as staff, as elected officials, if we're not involved in participating in the conversations where those conversations are taking place, it goes way off the rails. And that's how we end up in the situation that we are on this project and in other projects. So huge credit, kudos to Councillor Fillion. As I've said multiple times, his steadfast leadership on this has been exemplary. And we're going to have a really great project for the community that's going to help out a lot of people in a really important way. So credit to Councillor Fillion, happy to support it and really excited to see it going forward today, with heartfelt thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? I
just want to say, I'm sorry, I can't wait for Councillor Fillion's book. Forget a study. Now you're going to write another book, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. I too want to thank Councillor Fillion for all his work and advocacy and work with the community, try to bring the information and the facts about this project. I also want to thank staff. I think that given the conversations and the results around the MZOs, we were not expecting not to have this MZO being given to us, given that the process was exactly the same for all the other ones that we've asked. We've gotten many that we didn't even ask for, and the City of Toronto has to be working at the speed of light on some of the ones that we didn't ask for. And here we are with one MZO that has 59 units ready to be occupied, when we have a waiting list of 23,000 people that need supportive housing, when everybody's talking about moving faster on building housing. And again, here we are with these units, this piece of land that I haven't heard any arguments that say, this is the wrong building in here, or, some issues were addressed with regards to garbage and the community room. The councillor, as a staff, worked with the community to address those issues. But all the other issues that I heard, the distance from transit, I think that local residents actually came out and demystified that there's actually, the area is served well with transit, is served well with grocery stores, is served well with doctors. And so it is hard to understand because there's really no planning arguments, no good planning arguments not to have this place in here. And we know that homelessness exists in every part of town in this neighborhood. It exists in every part of town. And we live in a city that does not exclude certain people from certain neighborhoods. Let's be clear of that. And so I do think that this is a great location for this project that will provide homes for 59 people and the supports that they need. So hopefully we'll see this moving through and hopefully opening and having these people being housed instead of having to be on a shelter or without the supports that they need. Okay, and with that, can we have a recorded vote on the item? All those in favor?
Councillor Fletcher?
Sorry.
In
you
favor,
calling me
Councillor?
to say something or
Yeah.
taking my vote?
Yep.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Councillor,
Ellen.
in favor,
Okay.
Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you.
I can't see any other, Councillor Perks, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Bradford, and Councillor Bailao.
Okay, the item carries unanimously. We can now move to item 5, concept to keys, dashboard, status of priority development applications. There's no speakers. Questions of staff. Councillor Fletcher, you've held the item.
It's yours. I did hold the item and I'm going to have to leave. So I did speak to the concept to keys officials. And I think I'd asked for this type of dashboard. And I think I'm happy to go back and simply work on that a little bit more in the understanding that it's just to know where the stop starts are, where the yellows are. As a concept to keys as a driver and expediter. So I think our oversight is simply to ensure that the pieces are being expedited, or what's the problem? Is it an external holdup? Is it internal? What's happening? So I'll just thank them for this effort. And there's a lot going on there for sure. And Fahim has said that we'll come back and he'll have a look at that with me. So with that, I'll let that go, Chair.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the item? Councillor Bradford.
I just have a couple quick questions, if I may.
Oh, okay. We had done that, but go ahead.
Did we do that? Sorry if I
Go
missed
ahead.
that.
Go ahead.
Just very quickly, the report states that we have 37 projects assigned to concept to keys, and the dashboard shows us that 23 are currently under review for priority development review stream. So does that mean that we have done 14 projects complete through concept to keys?
Thanks for the question through the chair. Not quite, Councillor. The reason for the discrepancy in the numbers is because some of those addresses include 2 applications. So that's just why you're seeing that differential there. So all that 37 are still contained within that dashboard you see.
Okay, so how many have we done to date then? If some of them
in terms of completion from beginning to end?
Yeah.
That's a number I'll have to get back to you with. I don't believe we've done any completion from start to finish because we haven't been around long enough for that.
Okay. I'll just jump to the last piece then is you've got 16 new permanent positions approved for the priority development review stream. How are we doing on the hiring of those and where are those positions going to be situated within, I guess, city planning versus concept to keys team? Or how does that get parsed out?
Certainly, yeah. So through the chair of the 16 positions, 2 of those positions will be dedicated to C2K. So they'll actually sit within C2K. We've made an offer on 1, which starts, I believe, next week. And we've just finished the competition for the other one. So C2K is largely done. In terms of the other remaining 14 positions, 7 of those are with city planning, 5 in community planning, 2 in urban design, 4 are with ECS, 2 are with transportation services, and 1 is with parks, forestry, and recreation. And of those, they're in kind of various stages of completion, but we are waiting a number of staff from those to be kicked over to C2K.
Okay. All right, Madam Chair, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further councillors with questions? Seeing none. Any other speakers? Speakers on the item? Seeing none. Okay. I can move the recommendations. All those in favor? I'm going to have to ask Councillor Wong Tam if she could turn on her camera. Members of the committee, we're going to have to wait just a bit because we lost both Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Wong Tam. Just coming back. Okay.
I think I'm back on the call, Madam Chair.
Okay. Are you able to turn on your camera?
I
There we
can.
go.
Can you see me,
Great.
Madam Chair?
Yeah. Great. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Great. Thank you. So next item is item 6, Dundas-Sherbourne Neighborhood Revitalization Update. We have speakers on the item. And first we have Danielle Koyoma. Good morning, Danielle.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Danielle Koyama. I'm a frontline worker at Regent Park Community Health Center. Regent Park Community Health Center has been providing comprehensive health and social services for over 45 years to a diverse group of community members, including those who are vulnerably housed, are homeless, newcomers, and youth in the downtown east end of Toronto. We were extremely disappointed that despite losing the bid on 214-230 Sherbourne, that City Council voted not to proceed with the expropriation. It was unfortunate that Council was not willing to take a stand to protect the neighborhood at Dundas and Sherbourne from the onslaught of gentrification that is likely to follow the condominium development at that site. We believe that in order for there to be a healthy community, housing needs to be accessible for all people. It is our hope that should the opportunity resurface to purchase the site, given that the funds had been identified to do so, that the city will retender their bid, acquire the site. It is our belief that the cost of doing so will be worth the price in order to save people from further displacement and create the rent geared to income housing that is so desperately needed in that neighborhood. It is about the strategic location of the site and the immense implications for the area. In the Dundas and Sherbourne Neighbourhood Revitalization Update, the report speaks a lot about the development goal of mixed income housing, when in fact, this is not what is being planned. The claim that there are 1,500 units of affordable and supportive housing in planning or development is not reflected in this report. The report at this point identifies 391 units to be built, 24 at 292 Parliament, 100 at St. Luke's, and 267 at 405 Sherbourne. Out of these 391 units, only 64 will be actual affordable rent geared to income housing that community members can afford. That is only 16%. This is not an acceptable mix for the development of housing in this neighborhood where there's such a desperate need for RGI housing. In addition, the City of Toronto is not taking action to protect low-income housing stock in this area. This includes the rooming house at 230 Sherbourne. It also includes the Inglewood Arms, which is the home of 100 tenants and also at risk of being displaced by condominium development. We encourage the city to take the necessary action to actually stop the further displacement of poor people who are residents of the downtown east. The update also includes a discussion about the redevelopment or revitalization of Dan Harrison complex, as well as the final phases of the revitalization of Regent Park. Despite both the mayor and deputy mayor opposing the expropriation of 214-230 Sherbourne because there was city-owned land possible for development, which would be cheaper, there is no plan to increase any rent geared to income housing stock being proposed at either of these sites. While the update indicates that there will be a visioning that will report back at the end of 2023, we would like to encourage the city to increase the number of RGI units in the area on the city-owned land being developed. 40 units is not acceptable. We also would like to note that any revitalization of Dan Harrison must be for the good of the existing community and that their needs must be considered as the priority. Vulnerable tenants cannot be moved out of the area to be put at risk in the absence of their support systems. As you must be all aware, the community at Dundas and Sherbourne is in crisis. The desperate need for housing is obvious as people continue to freeze to death on Sherbourne Street. As we approach the summer and as the city moves to close shelters, we urge you to reconsider this direction as it will only intensify the suffering and the issues at present in the area. The shelters are full. It is unclear how closing spaces will result in anything but further crisis and violence on the streets and in the attack on people forced to be outside with no safe alternative. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. I have a question. So, um, I think that what I heard from you is the need for more supportive rent geared income in the area. There's a clear need for more of those units, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So our funds should be directed as much as possible to create those units, correct?
I agree.
Okay. So we need to make sure we spend our funds well to have as many of those units created.
And work in partnership with the federal government to
Yeah.
provide the necessary RGI funding
Yeah.
to create those spaces where necessary.
Yep. Okay, we're all in agreement. Thank you.
Great.
Next speaker, we have Joseph De Silva. Good morning, Joseph. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
I'm here with Don Holborn, and we're both long-term tenants at the Inglewood Arms rooming house. We are here to ask the city to look at purchasing the Inglewood Arms so that 100 people are not tossed out on the street by condo development. Perhaps I should give you a little bit of background on some of the stuff on myself and what's happening at the Inglewood. At my behest, on October 7th, 2021, the Landlord and Tenant Board held that the Residential Tenancies Act applies to Inglewood Arms Rooming House, and that I, and by implication all its residents, are tenants. On November 29, 2021, the order was upheld on appeal. The landlord's contention was that he was running a hotel and that we were guests, and that he, as lord of the manor, had right to do whatever he wanted to do in the building. In 2018, I obtained standing at the LPAT, now the Ontario Land Tribunal, in order to advocate for OPA 453 and to represent Inglewood Arms residents. Two developers were looking at transforming the building. We were namely seeking the right to return. This was Minto and Tricon. I believe both have fallen through. And as a volunteer at the Allen Gardens Food Bank, I deliver food parcels on a weekly basis to about 75% of the residents who suffer food insecurity. A little bit about the Inglewood demographics. It has 95 dwellings and about 100 residents. It's a vulnerable community in which many are physically and mentally disabled. This is our only home, and even as it's an asylum, hospice, and hospital, it's the place we call home. Rentals vary between $900 and $1,300 per dwelling, so it's expensive in comparison to co-ops and community housing. Most tenants are eligible for community housing and should by rights be in it. I'd say some 50% of the residents are over 50, 30% are seniors, 25% live on ODSP, 10% are employees of the Inglewood. 35% of us are long-term residents, that's over 5 years, and a great many of us, including Don and I, are there over 10 years, some are over 20 years. So looking to our angst and fears, despite the landlord and tenant board decision, we still have limited tenant rights, and we have to fight for our rights all the time. For instance, there are notices calling us guests all the time. There are notices telling us we can't bring in anyone after 11 o'clock. Any decision for us to organize is strongly opposed by management. Anyone who is unable to pay their rent for even a month or two is often met with eviction. And while a service provider, the owner acts as if we are his serfs and he is lord of the manor. So it's a constant battle. I would say the place is poorly managed. There are few internal processes and controls other than those which are demanded by regulation. The rent is unaffordable for a great many of the people there. Wi-Fi and TV services are often interrupted. Repairs appear, to my eyes, to be ad hoc. There are no work orders. And bugs and rodents are sometimes endemic. But this is home, and there is a community in the place. Fear of eviction, especially raised by Minto and Tricon, who and I believe both bids failed, is constantly on our minds. So we at the Inglewood are a vulnerable community, and we're coming here to the city to ask you to help us. The city ownership of the building will go a long way to assuage our fears. So please have a look at it and see what you can do. At the same time, I'd like to thank Councillor Wong Tam for everything she's done for us, for supporting us. And I'd also like to thank Neighbourhood Legal Services, because everything we've achieved would be naught without their help. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next, we have Bob Rose. He dropped off? Okay. Yusuf Hussein? No, not online. Patricia O'Connell? Good morning, Patricia.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. First of all, before my deputation, I'd also like to thank Councillor Wong Tam for her phenomenal work as a councillor in this area, and her work with people living in poverty and in vulnerable situations. Madam Chair, there's a huge feedback. Is there something I can do or you can do?
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Can you try now? Should be better.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I've lost my picture, but that's okay. So I'm here today representing the Toronto Drop-In Network. We have 56 drop-ins located right across the city, and we serve the most vulnerable people in the city. And first of all, I would just like to say that we fully support the deputation from the Regent Park Community Health Center. And I asked the committee to pay really close attention to the contents of this presentation. Regent Park Health Center sits right in the middle of this community. Every day they see the effects of extreme poverty, and they deal with the most vulnerable folks in the city. My first job was as a playground leader in Regent Park when I was a teenager. And my experience there has led me to a long career of advocating for those living in poverty. And that's why I'm here today. Secondly, I wanted to direct you to the equity statement that is included in the Executive Director of Housing Secretariat's memo to the committee. And again, I want to thank Councillor Wong Tam for her leadership in having an equity lens applied to all city projects. And in part, this statement speaks to having a human rights approach to housing, that it is essential, and that it results in healthy, inclusive, sustainable, livable communities. And I think both the deputation from Regent and this equity statement are extremely important to keep front and center today. Back in 2019, you passed a report to develop a comprehensive strategy for the redevelopment of Don Harrison. Today's report before you recommends more study, more visioning, and more delay. And the report to come back in the last quarter of 2023. And like Councillor Fletcher said today on the Willowdale project, forget the study and get on with it. My experience around housing and homelessness and shelters and drop-ins the last few years led me to think that there is absolutely no sense of urgency in developing affordable housing in this city. I look at what Councillor Cressy accomplished with the pandemic, and he and the health department and the city just turned the city on its ear and achieved amazing results with the vaccinations. And I do come from the school that says, I believe if there's a will, there's a way. And the city has to develop a stronger will around housing. Again, someone mentioned today there were 200 homeless deaths this year. One person died of exposure in the bus shelter right where this development is proposed. You know the shelters are full to overflowing. The shelters are now being closed for the spring and summer. Folks are going to end up back on the street. And I know that's not an issue for this committee, but council must deal with this. And the drive for deeply affordable housing rests with this committee. And again, I implore you to follow Councillor Cressy's lead and get it done. As they used to say in the old council, get the shovel in the ground. This area has
You're going to
been
have
studied
to
to
wrap
death.
up, Patricia.
Oh, okay. This area has been studied to death, and we all know how desperately in need this committee is. So I just say, get on with it, please. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thanks for joining us today, Patricia. We have.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. We have Bob Rose back on the line. Bob? Good morning, Bob.
Good morning.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm here to represent the Shelter Housing Justice Network on this on the recommendations in this report around Sherbourne neighborhood revitalization. So thanks for providing me with the opportunity to speak. I think I just have to tell you that my perspective on the Sherbourne neighborhood revitalization is really based on my experiences over a pretty long career in Parkdale with the organization called PARC in various roles as the program director, and engaging community development both at a small scale but also at the larger scale of the community, the neighborhood of Parkdale. And I've always considered the East End community to be a kind of sister neighborhood to South Parkdale, because these two communities, we share much in common, including knowing intimately the people who have this struggle, ongoing struggle to live with dignity in spite of risks and conflicts created by poverty, stigma, and precarious housing. When I arrived at Park for 35, what was become 35 but 42 years of its development, I did not know that the agency's vision would need to be directed, but I believed it should be directed by the vision and the voices of the people it served. So I just want to say this one sentence because I remember this always. When a member said to me, don't just talk about medication, talk to us about medication. What we need is a home, a friend, and a job. So if you dive into that decades-old statement, I think you can see how it resonates in what would be today's language with the topic of revitalizations, because that issue of home, friend, job, and I forgot to say a future, are the pillars of a community's revitalization process. Because a home means a variety of housing options, and friendships can only be created within a community that is welcoming. And friendships also are the pathway into the next piece, which is work. And jobs mean work that doesn't involve just employment, but all kinds of other activities like education and volunteer activity and cultural self-expression. And of course, the last word, the future, means hope and safety and health and a decent, productive life. I want to focus on the recommendation 5A, and I just want to say that I appreciate the intent of the recommendation, but I think it needs to be more expansive and ambitious. Because my response to it as a marginalized person living in the downtown east would be, don't just talk to us about the promise of exploring real estate acquisition. What we need are multiple strategies that explore, expand, and activate the city's real estate acquisition process. And it needs to build housing, yes, but it also needs to protect income affordable housing. So with that overarching goal, the city needs to think about how it provides the resources needed to bring this community together, to promote nonprofit agency assets coming to the table in partnership and collaboration, and most important, build neighborhood commitment to the revitalization process. That's how you protect a community, its diversity, its identity, and how you ensure the safety of its most vulnerable people. And that is why 230 Sherbourne was so important in the neighborhood revitalization plan. And that is why the lack of creative discussion at council or at executive committee on this potential acquisition left me with such disappointment and grief and anger. Because the city needs to do everything in its power to keep that door open if it is possible to do so. You know, the city can never make its way out of this epic housing crisis by simply building. It needs to develop new forms of acquisition because we are losing 15 units of affordable housing for everyone we build. And we need to stop just talking about market thresholds and talk about community thresholds. And now I know I'm running out of time. I have a lot to say, but you have a written copy of this, but I'm just going to jump to an opportunity that now exists, and which is the Inglewood Arms. You may have already heard from Joe Da Silva, a tenant in that property, but to simply say this, that two significant corporate developers have walked away from that potential purchase. And that property, which houses 100 people, is an opportunity for the city to act, to obtain that property, and to show, and to build on good rooming house policies that you have developed.
Thank you, Bob.
To show that there are other alternatives than the status quo.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker?
Read my diffusion.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. That concludes the list of speakers. One more, sorry. Andre Bermond. Good morning. Good morning, Andre.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Planning and Housing Committee and city staff. My name is Andre Bermond, and I'm a resident of Queen East, publisher, editor of a local downtown East community newspaper called The Bridge, as well as a chair of a neighborhood association. On March 30th, at the March 30th Executive Committee, I made a deputation on the strategic acquisition of 214-230 Sherbourne Street to support city building. That's EX 31.4, requesting council to look beyond expropriation methods of private property and put together a comprehensive plan leveraging what neighboring assets the city already owns. I am pleased to find in the city staffing report a recommendation to develop a full downtown east housing strategy. These preliminary steps to look at the entire downtown east area holistically is integral, and I'm going to quote the planning report, to pivot away from emergency shelters to more permanent housing solutions. The City of Toronto is by far the largest landowner along the Sherbourne-Dundas-Sherbourne-Queen corridor. Most of these housing assets were created in the decades following World War II in an exercise of social engineering planners called urban renewal. At the time, it was hoped that these investments in government housing would alleviate poverty and bring about acceptable levels of social cohesion. As it turned out, the opposite became true. Policies to eradicate the slums and renew neighborhoods exacerbated rather than solve the housing problems of poor and working class Torontonians. The social challenges we see around the Sherbourne-Dundas-Sherbourne-Queen community is the legacy of those planning mistakes playing out day after day. To resuscitate these communities, the forthcoming Downtown East housing strategy must include a focus lens not only in the Dundas-Sherbourne community, but also in the Sherbourne-Queen areas as well. Here, the City of Toronto, through the TCHC, operates several mid to high-rise structures. Akin to the Dan Harrison Community Complex, which has been a subject to several revitalization reports by the Housing Committee, assets like Pembroke Mews, a mid-rise structure at 200 Sherbourne, the Shooter Sherbourne, a 300-unit high-rise at 155 Sherbourne, and of course the 5-acre Moss Park Complex at 275, 285, 295 Shooter, which comprises 16-story apartments with an approximate 906 units, should also be part and parcel of the Downtown East housing strategy. Housing stock mentioned provide a unique opportunity for redevelopment, which could incorporate this historically isolated neighborhood more harmoniously into future projects, such as the revitalized John Innes Community Center and the planned Ontario Line Moss Park Station. Any housing strategy must begin with robust community and stakeholder engagement, with a focus on providing RGI units and affordable units for families with young children. Emphasis on families with young children, and of course, healthy community living. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Andre, and that concludes our list of speakers. There we go. Any questions of staff? Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the deputants. Through you to our Housing Secretariat. Abby, I'm just very, first of all, thank you very much for this report. I was hoping to see it a little bit sooner, but better late than never. We are here today. Just very quickly off the top, with respect to the initiation of creating a Downtown East housing strategy, I think it's absolutely critical. But can you explain to members of the committee and perhaps members that are watching, why is there a need to create a Downtown East specific housing strategy? What would be the benefit of that?
Thank you, Councillor. And through the chair, I think over all of the discussions that we've had over the last number of years, the emerging need for a more comprehensive housing-focused strategy has never been more clear. Through the discussions that we've had at multiple committees in relation to the Dundas-Sherbourne site, in relation to Dan Harrison, and the ongoing need of too many people living outside or without stable, secure, and affordable housing in that community. When we, in addition to the information that we bring to you about the Dan Harrison site, I think staff have come to realize that we need a much more comprehensive, data-driven, but also community-linked strategy. And this is our opportunity to do that, to create, as a result of that, to create real targets for housing to be delivered in a specific number of years, and some concrete steps included in this report to identify sites and identify funding to make those things a reality. But we didn't want to do that in the absence of a comprehensive framework.
Thank you. And how would you respond to some of the deputants who are asking for quicker action? Shovels in the ground today, expanding the number of supportive housing opportunities in existing city projects such as 405 Sherbourne. Why are we not doing more and doing it faster?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, we have endeavoured in this report to identify a number of concrete steps that we can take in the short term. That's why we included the recommendation about 4 or 5 Sherbourne, as there is a real immediate opportunity to use that site to create more supportive housing. And working with our Create-TO partners, we think we can identify a number of sites potentially already in city ownership, which will, through that master planning and site-specific work, we can try and bring them to a construction, shovels in the ground as quickly as possible. So through this, it's just that we do need to do some site-specific work to get those sites ready. And to introduce them to the community and identify them and have those broader conversations with the community about that comprehensive approach. But we are looking for immediate opportunities to create housing in this neighbourhood. And we did outline a number in the report which are already underway.
Thank you. And with respect to the proposal to move people outside of emergency shelters into sustainable permanent housing, will the individuals who currently reside in the downtown east who are staying in 24-hour respites, staying in emergency shelters, is it the intention of staff to prioritize this population for housing and then to redevelop the sites of those potential shelter locations into permanent housing? How do you envision this working?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, it's our aim, the kind of bedrock, if you like, of the Downtown East housing strategy will be to provide affordable, supportive options within the community for those people who wish to remain in the community. I think that's imperative, that people have choices about where to live in their own community. And the inclusion of more supportive housing is in essence a recognition of people's needs, not just around housing, but around healthcare and other supports which will help them live successfully. So we've tried to make that a key element of the overall strategy, acknowledging the important role that supportive housing has as it is, rent geared to income. Effectively, it does provide affordable housing along with those supports. So we tried to really focus on a strategy that will provide housing that meets the actual needs of existing residents in that community.
Okay, thank you. I have one last question. With respect to the suggestion that the city pursue the purchase of other real estate opportunities in the area, including the 100 rooming house at Inglewood Arms, is there any objection from yourself or perhaps the team at Create-TO on why you cannot do that?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair. So we're always on the lookout for real estate options that would make sense within a strategy like this, and we can take a look at that particular site and see if it is available for purchase and the price, etc. So we can do some more work on that. But as part of this strategy, we're looking at other sites as well. So we're looking comprehensively across the neighbourhood. And in addition, I just wanted to highlight that if there are nonprofit agencies out there who are interested in purchasing, rooming houses in this neighbourhood and others, we have launched our Mura program now and are awaiting, interest from the community housing sector to purchase rooming houses just like this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? No other questions of staff? I just have a couple of questions with regards to the number of units that are currently being developed in Downtown East. I think in the report it says over 300.
That's correct, over 300 affordable and supportive, but I think more broadly there's around 1,000 affordable under development in the area.
Oh, can you explain that a little bit more?
It includes affordable rental as well, not just affordable and supportive housing as a mix in a particular site.
Okay, so there's about 1,000 if we're taking also affordable.
That's right.
Okay. And when COVID hit, we started working on speeding some of the access to housing options. We created a plan, and I believe it was to have 3,000 housing options done in the year 2021, 2022. Are we on track to have those 3,000?
Yes, we're on track in the sense that we're actually projecting to be slightly over. Our delivery should be around 3,300 because we added some more rapid housing. And we also have initiated a partnership with the GTAA as well to try and include some market rental housing that we can add rent subsidies to and support dollars as well. So we're on track to deliver more than that. And in fact, we'll be bringing a report in the next cycle to council regarding our next 24-month plan.
And just to be clear, Abby, because sometimes we tend to report on the number of approvals, right? Because sometimes developments take a long time, so we usually report on approvals. This number that we are reporting is housing people. It's keys in hand, correct? The 3,000 in 2 years, or 3,300, it's actually keys in hands.
Yes, it is important, as you indicate, to be clear. We do normally in our housing TO plan report on approvals, but because this was a pivot from shelter into actual housing, it was important for us to focus on occupancy and actually, as you say, real homes for people to move in, real rent subsidies for people to access housing. So yes, it's all focused on doors open and people in those homes.
Okay, thank you. Speakers on the item? Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do have a motion, and the clerk will please put that on the screen for me. My motion is broken into two portions. The first portion is to request the CEO of Creatio to immediately resubmit their letter of intent with the same terms to try to begin negotiations for the purchase of 214-230 Sherbourne Street in the event that the previous agreement conditions are not met. The second motion is to direct the Creatio staff in consultation with the Housing Secretariat, as well as the corporate real estate management side of folks, as well as the chief planner, to begin exploring the opportunities that sit at 297 Jarvis Street, which is the Inglewood Arms rooming house, 236 Sherbourne Street, which is a strip mall and surface parking lot, 387 Sherbourne Street, which is a vacant apartment building, as well as 110 Maitland Street, which is another vacant apartment building. I think we can all agree that anybody who's holding on to real estate anywhere in this city, especially with a raging homelessness and housing crisis, if that house and home is sitting vacant, it really shouldn't be. So we want to be able to unlock the potential that's there. And just those 4 municipal addresses alone are the ones that I can see, and those are the ones that have been brought to my attention by the community. I suspect staff will be able to identify much more. I want to just thank Abigail and her team, and in particular Valasa, for the incredible work that they've done in trying to get this report out. TCHC was definitely involved with the consultation. If we can just take down the screen. TCHC was also involved with the consultation developing this report. And I know that when it comes to unlocking TCHC assets that are troubled, and in this case it's Dan Harrison, they oftentimes are complicated matters. You're working with people who are extremely vulnerable, perhaps living with a number of health issues, mental health challenges, and comorbidities. And so the work has to be done carefully. It has to be done with the community in mind, and it has to be done in a way that respects community impacts, but also respects the potential social benefits that everyone is trying to achieve. I want to just stress that this report, although there were some speakers who suggested that this area has been studied, that has not been my experience being the new councillor after ward boundary change in 2018. 4 months after I took office as a new councillor east of Sherbourne, I realized that there was actually not a lot of work underway at all. Social agencies, absolutely. We have a number of them, very powerful and passionate groups doing extremely difficult work to help individuals. But there was a bit of disconnect, I would describe it as. So there wasn't clear coordination and communication. The Downtown East Action Plan, which we initiated in at the end of 2017, 2018, brought that into focus. We started to bring those organizations together, and we created a plan that specifically tried to direct social investments, but more importantly, to coordinate the work of the community as well as nonprofit sector, including the ones that were government sponsored and funded, so that there is some cohesiveness to it. When I moved the motion in 2019, 4 months after the ward boundaries changed, and asked for a comprehensive strategy on how to unlock Dan Harrison, which is a collection of rooming houses and a couple of mid-rise apartments with 50% occupancy, it really was with the mindset that Regent Park, Alexander Park, and Lawrence Heights was all prioritized by TCHC for redevelopment. It was all going through master planning and revitalization efforts, and yet we had an asset that was very valuable in the downtown core, but it was underperforming, and in many ways it was troubled. It would never occur to me, I don't think anyone would have known that all of a sudden we'd be hit with a global pandemic. It threw a wrench in all the different divisions were then forced to pivot to deal with the pandemic. Everybody did it, we all did it, and it was the right thing to do, but now it's time to get it back on track. So even though the report doesn't get us to exactly where I'd like us to go, it certainly is, I think, resetting the conversation to be ambitious. And I certainly am proud of the fact that we are going to develop. I won't be here, but I'll be supporting you as either as a private citizen or perhaps the new MPP of Toronto Centre. I will always be supporting this neighborhood, but I'm really proud of the fact that we're going to develop a downtown east housing strategy to accompany the important work that has been done through the Downtown East Action Plan. This is something that I've always wanted. This is something I strongly believe in that is needed. And I just wanted to end on a couple of notes. First of all, and Madam Chair, if you can just give me a minute or two more, this is important.
Since it is your last meeting, Council, I can't say no.
Thank you. I will have a request for the committee members very shortly. The official plan amendment known as OPA 453 was the city's effort and the chief planner's effort to try to protect the rapid loss of dwelling rooms. These are all the rooming houses that were under the threat of development. And what we saw was the displacement of those individuals. Councillor Perks was very instrumental in leading that charge and his community, and we thank him for his work, as well as yourself, Chair, and everybody here at Planning and Housing Committee. And although it took us years to literally develop that particular bylaw, so it has the same force and effect as the rental replacement policy, the development sector, the condominium developers all appealed it. So then we were left trying to scramble to defend that policy, and of course it's now been upheld. In the meantime, what we've seen is a loss of rental dwelling units, especially rooming houses, and it continues to permeate today. That issue is not resolved. The Inglewood Arms is a perfect example, a perfect, even scalable example of 100 different rooms that are homes to individual that have been sitting with the threat of development now since 2018. Can you imagine, Madam Chair, not knowing whether or not you're going to have a home in the middle of one of the deepest housing crisis that the city has seen, and you still don't know today, even though there's a bylaw today, you still don't know whether or not you're safe from the wrecking ball. It's important for us to recognize that in order for us to address the housing crisis, not just in the downtown east, we don't have a monopoly on it, of course, but to address the housing crisis across the city, the region, the province, and the country, we're going to need to be able to better coordinate our efforts. I want to just add this final point. I will not be at the upcoming City Council meeting, and I regret that that is not the case because my last day here is May the 4th. Everybody here at Planning and Housing Committee, I asked you to champion the Downtown East. It's absolutely critical that we have your support. This report is going before City Council. I'm asking City Council once again to consider purchasing 214-230 Sherbourne if it's available. I'm asking City Council to once again stand up and rise up to support this amazing and resilient community. You have been extraordinary advocates in so many ways to work with, but I'm going to need your help. If there are any forces at City Council that want to send this off for further study or further and send it back to staff, I need you to please tell them, no, you heard the deputations from the committee, from the public. They're asking for more action, quicker action from the city. I hope you can support this motion and the staff recommendations, not just here, but of course at City Council. Your voice and your support is absolutely critical. And I think that especially after Councillor Fillion's community came out and you heard some of the opposition in neighborhoods, we can help you deliver what you're looking for at the city in the downtown east and in Toronto Centre, but you will have to help us and that's going to be critical. We could never do this work alone. And I certainly have never been able to do this work alone without the support of my staff in the office, who've been very active in monitoring PHC files and issues. But more importantly, we could never do this work without the support of our resilient community members and neighbors. So thank you very much for the extra time, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none, thank you. Councillor, thanks for mentioning that. I think this, and I agree with you wholeheartedly, that it is really important to have this strategy. There was a lot of work that was done with the Downtown East plan, and I think this is, it is essential that we do this part of the work. It's complementary and it's much needed. So, and we need to move fast. I think that we all agree and we all understand that we need to move fast. So, happy to support the report and to support the motions and to see this work moving forward. Okay, let's vote on Councillor Wong Tam's motion. All those in favor?
Sorry.
That carries. Item as amended. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, thank you, Councillor. We are now moving to item 7. Delivering affordable rental housing at 1113 and 1117 Dundas Street West. And we have a presentation from staff.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully you're able to see that. So I would like to share with you, or I'm pleased to bring this report to you today, which is really about a new pilot project for mass timber housing at 1113 and 1117 Dundas Street West. So this is the site in question on the corner of Dundas Street West and Ossington Avenue, a parking lot and also an existing residential dwelling as well. So I think because of our ambitious housing TO plan, that the objectives included in that continuously require us to improve and iterate the way that we do business. Our business is both affordable housing and it's also about taking action on climate change. And so we're always collectively looking for opportunities to work more deeply and broader on those issues. So this report that we're bringing to you today is a collaboration between other divisions at the city alongside the Housing Secretariat, including city planning, environment and energy management, and also our partners at Create TO. It really responds to the need to do both affordable housing and climate change together. And it enables us to look at a mass timber as a new approach to more quickly deliver housing in high quality form, and also approaching the ability to do near zero GHG emissions, as well as be consistent with planning objectives for the area. In addition, because we anticipate some success with this pilot project, we're hoping to explore additional sites that we can include and expand the program beyond this one site, potentially becoming a permanent program in the future, so that we can continue to take action, as I said, on affordable housing and climate change. So what exactly is mass timber? So it's basically an engineered wood product with which takes the place of steel or concrete frame in a building. So it is a primary load-bearing structure in lieu of either a wood frame or concrete, which is more regular forms, forms of construction and framing that is normally seen. It includes a variety of prefabricated timber components for both the structure and also the envelope of the building. And right now in Ontario, it's permitted up to 6 stories, although we anticipate that changing to 12 very soon. So in terms of the benefits, why would we look at doing this? It gives us some faster construction timelines. It also is a less impactful construction process. It enables us to construct in a tighter on a tighter site because we can access from the laneway. It's cleaner and quieter, but mainly because of the speed at which we can do it, that we'll be reducing the cost as well and the time on site. As well, it improves some quality, has some good design aspects that include improve quality of life for residents. So in terms of increasing the supply of rental homes, so these homes that we're proposing to do here would be affordable for 99 years. And we're proposing to, as previous council direction, bring an experienced nonprofit operator through a competitive process to lead the development of this site ultimately. And it will contribute towards our 40,000 homes over the next 10 years. In terms of the work plan, we've outlined some of the work that we need to do. We are in phase 1 of that work. Potentially we can begin straight away, subject to council approval, is to do the due diligence and feasibility assessment in this quarter. And then in the second quarter of 2023, we would do a city-initiated planning process. And by the third quarter of 2023, we would have issued a request for proposals for a nonprofit operator. And finally, there are so many benefits to this particular project. It really is an exciting project with multiple benefits. We're pushing design, action on design, development, climate action, and affordability boundaries in multiple ways. And so it does require an all-of-city approach. And I'm very grateful, again, to our partners at City Planning, Environment and Energy Management, and at Creatio to help us lead the due diligence process and get this pilot project done at this particular site and hopefully develop a more permanent program for mass timber at the City of Toronto. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? No questions of staff. Presentation was excellent, Abby. You answered all our questions. Any speakers on the item? Seeing none, I want to thank staff. I think this is a very exciting project that, as Abby said, has many benefits. As we all know, construction costs are increasing, labor costs are increasing. The need for affordable housing has never been greater. The need for innovation, I think, has never been greater. So I'm very pleased to see the city putting forward this pilot and have the results of the pilot informing other construction that might happen through the private sector, the nonprofit sector, and hopefully many more of our projects. If we can bring these units online quicker, cheaper, and environmentally friendlier, I think that it's a win-win-win. And I think this is an excellent pilot project. I'm also happy to see that we're going to be experiencing, even with the built form, right? Because one of the things when we're using this construction method that is really important is the repetition of the units and some of those issues like angular planes and the unit sizes have to be addressed, and so it'll be interesting to see the results of the pilot and how we're going to accommodate that, because I think we'll learn many lessons for other projects as well. So to everyone involved, and as Abby mentioned, this is a whole of government approach in here. Many departments and agencies, thank you all for this great work. Looking forward to see the report and this work moving quickly and to see the results of the report. All those in favor of the recommendations? Just to be clear, I'm moving the recommendations contained in the supplementary report. So all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, we're now moving to, I'm gonna hold down item 9 because Councillor Fletcher had held the item and she's not
Chair-
here. Yep.
Chair Bailao, I hate to be a pain, but I can't see Councillor Bradford. I don't know if we have quorum.
Yep, you're right. Councillor Bradford, can you turn on your camera? Councillor Bradford, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here, thanks.
Okay, great. So as I mentioned, I'm gonna held down item 9 because Councillor Fletcher had some questions of staff. So we will proceed to item 11. And we do have a speaker on item 11, which is City of Toronto Review of Bill 109, More Homes for Everyone Act 2022. And we have with us Kara Salochi.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for having me this morning. I did submit some slides, so I'm not sure if they've been distributed to the members as of yet. Do I have an option of using my video to show people? Maybe I do.
Yeah, we can have you on video.
Let me
Just
try.
1 second.
Let me see if I can share my screen. Oh, hello. Good morning. I'm going to just try to share my screen if it's possible. Anyway, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that, and I don't want to use my time trying to figure that part out.
But we have the presentation, Kara.
Oh, you do? Oh,
it's
thank you
been
very
shared.
much for
It's been shared with members of the committee. Yeah, it's online.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much. I am a resident of Toronto. I reside in Etobicoke. I am a CPA and I have an MBA. I have a great experience reading tax legislation, so I'm familiar with reading law, and I'm familiar with the building process within the City of Toronto. So those are some of the experiences that I bring to my discussion this morning. I'm happy that I'm able to comment on the Bill 109. What I've heard this morning throughout the meeting is that there's a great urgency to look at the processes that are involved in developing property within our city, whether that be affordable housing, but I think it applies to all housing within our city. What's been well documented throughout in all levels of government, whether it be the City of Toronto, the Ontario government, as well as the federal government, is that the city processes are very complicated and time consuming. They are time consuming and complicated both for applicants as well as the City of Toronto in terms of getting permits issued. Canada is in fact the second worst country in the OECD countries in terms of the time needed to issue permit. The costs and revenue, GDP, and housing implications of this are clearly enormous, as we've heard this morning, just in terms of the time that it takes to get permits issued in our city. It's very difficult. I've listed just one example. For example, a friend of mine wants to build 8 townhomes within the City of Toronto. They anticipate it will take $300,000 of fees just to satisfy the conditions of the city, and years to get a permit if they can get it. And they're likely just going to give up, as it's just basically seen as next to an impossible task. I think that Bill 109, as well as the report that the province issued in January, is an opportunity for the city to make things better for us to have permits issued in our city, both to help with all kinds of development in our city and all kinds of housing. So I'm asking that the city, when they look at implementing the items in Bill 109, which has received royal assent now, I think it's an opportunity again to change the permit process to allow it to be more permissive to our residents, as well as easier for the city to implement. And it's an opportunity to make planning more accountable to the applicants. It's an opportunity to govern and service residents better with a more permissive permit process. And it's an opportunity to simplify an overly complex, administratively burdened, and time-consuming and overtly expensive process. I think that this will help reduce costs and time for applicants. Right now, there is a City of Toronto service bylaw that stipulates that the city needs to be accountable for its work, for all its work. But having gone through the process, what I find is that there's essentially almost zero accountability standards relative to the delays, errors, or oversights on the part of zoning or planning or other related departments that have to be consulted to get a building permit in our city. I think Bill 109 and its contents is an opportunity to step forward for the greater good of accountability by the city in terms of these processes. As I'm sure you've noted, Bill 109 has been amended to approve for site plan approvals under Section 41. It's now necessary for municipal authorities to delegate site plan approvals to authority to an officer, employee, or agent. And this is going to be effective July 1st. So there's only basically 60 days for the city to get this in process. This will empower the city to make some decisions and help cut out several steps of the permit process. And I think that's going to help everybody in terms of the development of all types of housing within our city. I don't think it's new work for the city, so I don't think it's going to add costs, but I think that they just need to cut out some steps in order to make this process more simple for the public, as well as the city. What I find is that in the Ontario Housing Affordable Task Force, when they issued the report in January, one of the key things they mentioned was that they wanted to reduce public consultations. So I'm hoping that the city is going to take that into account in the revising their steps. I'm running out of time, so I just wanted to mention one of my key concerns relative to the steps that it takes to get a permit in our city when you need a zoning variance is the privacy aspect of public consultations. The committee adjustment process, I find, runs afoul of many privacy laws that I'm aware of, and I'm very concerned about that. I'm going to ask the committee that they read through my presentation slides at a later time to look at this. I find it not acceptable that full architectural plans showing the location of children's bedrooms, where people's bathtubs are, and all this information is necessary as terms of a public disclosure. I don't find it's necessary to have all this information distributed to determine if my GFA lot coverage or FSI is something that's permissible by the city. In closing, I'm just going to ask that the city, in implementing Bill 109, focus on working smarter, not harder. It's not necessarily, we have too many steps necessary to issue a permit. It costs too much money, takes too much time, and we see that in every type of housing that we try to develop, whether it's private residence or others. Anyway, I'm just going to ask that the city be bold in implementing this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Cara. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we have one more speaker on the item, John Boston. John?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just make a few points on behalf of FONTRA because the report 11A came out only yesterday late. We are not able to have a letter, but we will send in a letter for the council meeting, before the council meeting. I would just like to say that on Bill 109, we support what's in the staff report. I mean, quite frankly, I think Bill 109 is a joke because it's not going to speed up approvals or anything. All of the issues about timing and fines will simply mean that at the end of the 90 or 60-day period or 120-day period, the city will just have to say no in order not to be subject to what is in effect a fine. Negotiations with developers will continue. Those developers who just use the timeline, the time limit as a way of getting their application to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Will continue to do so. All this will do is, if anything, add to the number of cases before the Ontario Land Tribunal and thereby slow down the approval of new housing. So I just want to say that to urge you to accept the staff report and do whatever you can to put some sense into the provincial government. This is no way to speed up housing. I mean, what's needed is action on some of the other good suggestions that were in the Housing Task Force report. Bill 109 does not do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. That concludes the list of speakers for this item. Questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. And Greg, thank you very much for getting this report out so quickly, but not as quick as the provincial government. I want to just have a better understanding about some of the loss of what I would call revenues or cost recovery fees. There is a section about what happens when the municipalities are not able to, sort of meet the new planning review obligations in time. Can you explain to us what is that financial impact to the city?
Thank you for the question through the chair. We've, as you indicated, not had a lot of time to assess the impact, but we have included in the report a quick estimate. We did a quick read, I think, of 3 years worth of application data on page 7 of the report that basically identifies a significant potential impact on revenues. I make the point in the context of the fact that the deadlines or the timelines that are in the legislation are, we believe, impractical. Even under the best of circumstances, when you have a really good application, a great conversation with community all the time for public notice, we simply can't practically meet the timelines. And everything being on the right side of good planning. So the expense, the refunds will start to be triggered within a certain number of days. And we estimate, again, even under good circumstances, that we'll have to start refunding applicants 50, 75, or 100% of their application fees. And it amounts to tens of millions of dollars per year. Our annual application revenue is roughly $35 to $40 million in city planning. And potentially these fees will be quite significantly impacted. I would also note, Councillor, though, that the timelines, because of the timelines, will be into additional costs because we'll be dealing inevitably with more appeals. And as we all know, the appeal process also costs money.
And thank you. So on that page 7 about the costs that the fees that you would have collected was over $46 million for those 3 years of 2019 to 2022. But in your report, it says that if the current system under 109 was to be imposed on those 3 years as an example, the city would only retain about $544,000. So that means we would be out of pocket close to $45.5 million. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that was our initial quick read of the situation. Again, we didn't do an incredibly deep dive, but our initial read of the situation is just to give you an idea of the significance of the impact.
Thank you. So it's not small, it's pretty sizable. And I guess because those fees are oftentimes, they are cost recovery based. What would be the rationale, or is there a rationale for the province to do what they're doing with respect to the change of fees? Because we justify our fees based on the cost recovery, but what's the justification on the government side? Like, how do we continue to review these planning applications, keep planning staff at the city, do a good job of consultation if we don't have the resources, which is what the fees are about?
Well, I can only speculate on the government's motivation. Obviously, time is money, and there are timelines in the Planning Act. There's no question. There have always been timelines in the Planning Act. So, I mean, is this a carrot and stick approach where mostly stick around setting refunds against the clock? And again, my commentary on this is more about practicality. I am not against process improvement. The city is very concentrating on process improvement and making the system work better. Not going to debate that. This is just about simple practicality and when processes go well, and I think many councillors have had that experience in their wards. When something has gone well, it just practically takes more time than the Planning Act timelines allow for. And to set a refund against those timelines, to me, is punitive and impractical and not realistic.
Okay, thank you. So if the bill is setting out conditions that is not realistic for the city to meet, is there any merit in the bill? Like, does it result in better planning for us at the end of the day, or are we going to get more inclusive, complete, equitable neighborhoods? Is there anything good about the bill?
Well, I mean, we will still pursue projects that conform with the official plan, or where warranted an official plan amendment. We'll still work the way we normally work, but we're going to have to refashion our business processes and likely front end the business process a lot more maybe than we have in the past. Maybe a lot of applications will end up in a refusal mode because we'll have no choice. And then we'll be passing that approval authority to the OLT. And in a way, you know, I would be concerned that it de-democratizes the planning process at the local level. I would prefer to work things out with city councillors and with applicants and communities. That's, in my experience, in decades of doing this, that's the best way that we get good outcomes. Not in a litigious adversarial process at the OLT. And unfortunately, I think this bill, is, at least in the interim, is going to drag us in that direction. And frustrate everyone already frustrated by sometimes the complicated planning process.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
From the date of filing an appeal to the OLT to getting a decision, how long does that typically run?
Oh, well, I mean, we're setting, if something was appealed today, you're talking in the neighborhood of 12 to 15 months probably before you get some time at the OLT.
Get time at the OLT, and then you have to do the hearing dates and wait for a decision.
Then you do the hearing, then you get a decision, that's right.
So altogether?
Well, you could be, I mean, legal might have some data on that. I don't know, Kelly, on the screen, but you're into an 18-month scenario pretty much from that actual appeal. Unless you get into a settlement discussion.
Okay, thank you. One of the issues that I've encountered from time to time is that the applicant brings in something that's got all kinds of problems. And there's a piece of judgment when an application comes in about whether or not it's complete. Will this put pressure on the city to rethink where that line is drawn?
Yes, and we indicated such in the report that we need to now turn to the machinery of the process to look at the implications of this. And you're raising one aspect that we will have to look more closely at, which is we have 30 days to issue a notice of complete or incomplete. That's the legislative test. But it may be that we need to front end our request for complete or weight that process more heavily. Add things to it, set the bar higher on whether it's something is complete, and front end the process more. And these are the types of things that we'll be looking at in the coming months.
Just for context, how many units in a year does the City of Toronto approve roughly?
In the 5 years, we're just still concluding our 2021 numbers, but in the 5 years, including 2020, we're averaging 28,000 units approved a year.
28,000 units
over the last 5 years.
Okay. And just for context, how does that rate against other North American municipalities?
I don't have the data at hand. I'd say for a large city like Toronto, we've grown. I'll take it into a population. In the last 30 years, we've grown by 700,000 people. 700,000 people. In the next 30 years, we're projecting another 700,000 people. We have not added a square mile. So we are intensifying for a big city. We're intensifying at a good pace. Some people say we got to do more. And,
yeah, and that's fair. I'm just saying, like, is Los Angeles approving more than we are?
I suspect they are not. I do not have the data at my fingertips, but I suspect they are not.
Maybe for council we can find that out.
Yes, I will.
Okay. Could you explain a little bit about what the effect of removing this transition clause associated with ministerial review of official plans is about? Give me a little bit more detail there.
Well, I mean, in essence, currently, if before this legislation, if the minister was the approval authority, the buck stopped with the minister. So for better or for worse, the minister could modify things like they did to TO Core in Midtown, but you have a certainty that the minister is going to make that decision. With this change, the minister could continue to make the decision, or the minister could refer it to the OLT, either for a full hearing and a decision from the OLT, or for a recommendation from the OLT back to the minister. So it introduces a number of avenues of reconsideration, if you will, which further complicate the planning process and make more ambiguous the lineage of approval and lead to more delay and uncertainty potentially.
So between that, the big wait times at the OLT, the need that we're going to have to front end stuff, the impracticality you spoke about in terms of getting reviews done, is it a likely consequence that this will slow down approvals overall, on average overall?
Well, again, even with the province adding in some funding for the OLT, which they have identified, we are very concerned, given our experience, that this will slow down the planning process and not result in the number of actual approvals and occupancies that we all agree, I think, we want for the city of Toronto.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a couple quick questions, kind of picking up after Councillor Perks there. I know we're all working very hard at getting the MTSAs, PMTSAs moving forward as quickly as possible to unlock IZ as we move towards the fall. What are the implications for the city's plans to implement IZ if the minister chose not to review PMTSAs within the prescribed 120 days?
Well, we already have implications because there are 2 PMTSAs on the minister's desk that have been there for more than 15 months. And the legislation, as I indicated, would allow these approvals to be sent potentially to the OLT for determination. So it would introduce a further delay. The minister can refer what is currently on his desk to the OLT, and that includes the PMTSAs that we recently sent there from the downtown, which we all agree, 16 from the downtown. So they carry a lot of weight in terms of producing the potential for affordable housing, as you say, which gets green lighted in September, provided we have those approved PMTSAs.
So that's an issue. Can you remind me the standard timelines to receive both a hearing and a decision at the OLT?
Kelly, do you want to try that one?
Well, I think you had said earlier about 18 months, Greg, before you typically get to a hearing. And then it just depends on how long, some members give you decisions quite quickly and others take up to a year to get a decision. So you're looking at I would say a minimum of 18 months, but potentially longer, in my experience.
So that'd be a huge problem with our urgency to roll out IZ if this stuff is held up by the ministry, and if it's just deferred to OLT. Like there's no, correct me if I'm wrong, is it implied that you could jump the queue, go to the top of the pile for these projects that are delivering affordable housing? Is that how it's been presented or articulated, or is it?
I mean,
you have to wait.
It is one of the issues that we identify in the report, that we're not aware of any criteria that have been developed that would be used by the ministry to determine, you know, what came first. But certainly, affordable housing, I think we'd all agree, would be an important criteria.
But as it stands right now, it's just not articulated or described in any way, so we just don't know.
Not that we're aware of, no.
Okay. So that's a pretty big issue. And then under the legislation, it's in theory anyways possible for the minister, after a deferral to the OLT, 18 months, maybe up to 3 years before you get to a decision. All that said and done, it would then still be possible to override that decision and act upon the discretionary powers granted to them in the ministry on these matters as well.
That could be a scenario. Again, it could come back. One of the scenarios is some advice or recommendation from the OLT back to the minister, but no timelines have been presented on the minister's ultimate decision on that advice.
So as it relates to the PMTSAs, the 120-day prescription, the fact that these could end up at the OLT, or that's a likely scenario given where we are with the volume of the PMTSAs. The staff team's going full gas on that, but obviously it's just a tremendous volume of work. Could you walk me through, at least from the province side, or at least from the legislation side, the rationale of how that's helpful? How this, like, I'm trying to get my head around how that particular piece would be helpful here. It's not articulated or described that way in your report, and I understand that, but you know, from their perspective, what's the angle there?
With the greatest respect, Councillor, I have trouble answering your question. I don't know how it would be helpful. I think from our experience, again, we've described some fairly positive scenarios. We've certainly described our enthusiasm for business process reform,
right?
And we're working hard at that. Anything that we can sit down and talk to the province about that would be based on practical reality of the planning process. I think I have no objection to provincial policy statements that talk to the cities of Ontario about directions that we should go in. We've worked well with those. There are lots of things in the planning process that could helpful, and there are recommendations in the Housing Affordability Task Force report that could be acted on and advance as of right housing opportunities in the city of Toronto and other cities. So there's stuff there. I just think they've landed on something here that is impractical, as I've noted, and it does not reflect the reality of the planning process.
Yeah, there was a lot of good stuff in that task force, but what they came forward with here is a bit perplexing. Thanks for all your hard work on this, and thanks for the good work on the report and the quick turnaround.
Thank you, Councillor. And I believe that's it. Any other? I don't think I won't. Oh, she did. Oh my God. Everybody has asked questions, so I'm the only one left. I just have a couple of questions because most of my questions have been asked. You mentioned that the minister had 120 days to comment on the PMTSAs?
Yes, that was the existing timeline, and that continues to be the timeline. But there's no, unlike the city, which would be now granting refunds. There's no punitive.
There's no refunds that we could get from the province on not getting an answer?
I'm not aware of provincial refunds. No.
And how long have we been waiting for these again?
The two that we sent up for Keele-Finch, I believe, were December 2021, if I'm getting a nod correctly from Kerry. And so December 2021 were two, and then more recently, spring of 2022, 16 from for the downtown that are at the ministry now.
And just to be clear, these are these PMTSAs, as Councillor Bradford was asking around, it allows us to have the inclusionary zoning, but there's a whole planning rationale that you've created to have some of the intensification around the transit nodes, more housing. So without that approved, it kind of limits us on some of these applications that might be coming through, no, as well?
Yes, certainly, and we're just unable to implement it. We're following the provincial direction in the growth plan for the introduction of these PMTSAs. We've got just over 100 of them coming down the conveyor belt, 18 of them done, and the rest of them you will see at this committee by the end of the term, hopefully. And so working really hard to put that in place, and no issues have been identified by provincial staff that we've been in touch with that indicate that we're offside with our approach. We're meeting or exceeding minimum densities. We're allocating these densities in close proximity to transit stations. It all lines up. It's all good planning, and it does put the city in a position to start implementing IZ, which is really a really important goal at this point in time.
I also noticed that on recommendation 9, you're actually asking to have the ability to register agreements for the community benefits charge. Is that to allow us to continue to secure some of the stuff that we used to be able to secure through Section 37?
Yes, under the new legislation, we're still allowed to secure in-kind community benefits. However, it's problematic if you can't secure them by an agreement and register that on title, because as we know, land is bought and sold all the time, and we would like those benefits to be tied, those in-kind benefits to be tied to the land, not the owner. Council has previously asked for this several times. Staff have asked for it, and we continue to think that it's a vital tool to. I mean, we do a lot of creative things in the city of Toronto with on-site in-kind benefits. And I think it will deny us some of that creative planning that we've been able to do over the years without this tool.
For sure. I also noticed that in Vancouver, they do a lot of purpose-built rental and affordable rental. They use zoning tools to that effect. Would something like this also help us to secure some of these? Sometimes we are dealing with some developments that we want to make sure that they don't flip to a non-affordable housing. Would this be a way to deal with some of those issues as well?
Yes, I think our limitations, obviously, and when you compare them to other jurisdictions, flow from the Planning Act and the regulations of the Act, and anything that might allow us to actually secure tenure, because we can't, as it is now, we can't secure tenure through zoning. But any other instrument that might be available to us to secure tenure. We use Section 37, for example, to secure our rental replacement. So any tools that I'd be happy to talk to the province about these ideas that help us with our market housing agenda would be helpful.
So that's a good question. So for example, that rental replacement, Greg, if we are not granted the ability to register, how do we secure this in the future?
Well, we continue to use our Section 111 agreements pursuant to the city powers.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions. Speakers on this item? Speakers on the item? Oh, I think I'm gonna leave speakers for after lunch because it is 12:30. And so we'll resume with the item after lunch when we come back at 1:30. I'll see you all back at 1:30. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Hope everybody had a good lunch. We were on item 33.11, City of Toronto Review of Bill 109, More Homes for Everyone Act 2022. So we'll finish that item before going back to item number 2. Speakers on the item. Councillor Wong Tam.
Madam Chair, if you can come back to me in 1 minute, I just have to turn off another screen. I apologize. It's halfway across the room.
No problem. No problem.
Okay, thank you.
Other councillors that wish to speak on this item? Councillor Fletcher?
No, I'll just advise you that my intention is to, I never know if it's to refer or defer item 9 to the next meeting, Chair. So I'll just let the clerk know. You could prepare that with the proper language.
You'd like to defer the
additional
number
housing.
9 for
Yeah.
next? Okay.
Yes, please.
The,
Yes, please. Thank you.
okay. The staff will prepare the motion and we'll come back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, it seems like there are no other members of the committee that wish to speak.
Oh, okay. I'm a little bit surprised, but thank you. And thank you, Chair. What can you say about Bill 109? And I want to just thank Greg Lintern and the city planning team. I recognize that the policy shop here has just been incredibly busy, not even just, of course, with this report, but all the new legislation that has been enacted. I recognize that so much of their time over this past little while has been trying to decipher and respond to provincial legislation that has come down that has affected, local planning decisions and also local planning processes. And I think that we should all be very alarmed by Bill 109, not just because the minister has amended the Section 17, which Councillor Bradford was really, doing such a good job at hammering away at. But the fact that, Section 17 of the Act as amended now allows the ministers to suspend the 120-day timeline for any ministerial decisions that have to come out. So therefore, inclusionary zoning is potentially sort of sitting in limbo. I guess the MT's essays, the MT essays, there's just so much that we don't know. And I'm just super nervous, to be quite honest, is that although we were doing a victory lap around finally getting to inclusionary zoning after over 15 years of advocacy and community power organizing, we don't know if we're going to get it through the threshold. And I think that should cause us a lot of concern, because we were hoping to have those additional tools and powers. We were actually banking on the fact that we could build more housing with those legislative changes that are required. So, there's no point in talking about zoning more housing if we can't enact the legislation that we've been developing, oftentimes originally with original government consent. And now it looks like we're going to be in a bit of a holding zone. The other thing that I want to flag is that, with respect to stripping away the dollars from the city, and these are development charges, these are cost recovery fees that the city has every right to charge in order for us to review applications as they come in. And this is a colossal amount of work for city planning staff. Every application plus all the interconnected divisions that have to provide technical comments for the application review. The fact that if we can't meet some very strange and arbitrary timeline that was just chosen by the province for whatever reason, that we have to refund money to particular applicants seems absolutely ludicrous, especially since there was no explanation on why it's done. I think what I'm really alarmed by is the $45 million if we took the new rules today and applied it back retroactively over the last 3 years, is that the city would have refund $45 million, over $45 million to developers and property owners. And at the same time, we still need to do our work. It's entirely unsustainable. I forget how much money every percentage of interest of every 1% of property tax that we raise actually generates. But we're looking at a double-digit tax tax increase, I think, by all accounts, especially if this really does come to fruition. And for some reason, there's no reason why it would not, because there's these arbitrary powers at the province. I think our chief planner really hit it on the head when he said that this is not practical. You know, and we at the city, at the municipal level of government, do know that we have we do have the responsibility to technically review these applications to make sure that they constitute good planning, that they are going to be sustainable and building that sort of complete neighborhood that we are all striving for. And it just looks to me that there's more and more chaos that's raining down on the city of Toronto, and I guess in all municipalities that are bound by these changes. And there are significant changes. I recognize that the report from staff was dropped this morning. I certainly recognize that a lot of the residents associations and the advocates out there who've been talking about affordable housing, they may not have had a chance to review the details of this report. The attachment number 2 is probably your most clearly articulated document. You don't need to read the whole legislative amendments from the province. You just need to read attachment 2 to know what's at risk. And it is significant. So anything that we can do to try to reverse that, I think, is absolutely critical. And I just think that the city planning staff and all the councillors, as well as the communities, are going to have to brace themselves. The land use planning in Ontario has radically changed. And I think that we should all be very nervous about what the outcome is based on Bill 109. And it's not good. And we can't afford it just like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other?
I will have a couple of words too.
Councillor Fletcher.
Chair, on that, stimulated by that great speech by Councillor Wong Tam, who I hope in other locations for these types of legislations. And what a misnamed bill. Seriously, More Homes for Everyone Act. It is as perverse as the one about making everything run more efficiently by cutting all the wards. So when it's really concerning. And the labeling that somehow in the city, we are not creating housing is such a mislabel that somehow we're gatekeeping, we're stopping things. This is just a big developer message by big developers who don't want to have any restraints, who want to build no matter what, whether there's capacity for any of the building. We are a very generous city. We've had a growth plan that we're meeting. We have density targets that we're exceeding. We have, we can build as much affordable housing as possible if we have the money from the other levels of government. And yesterday, when we one by one were opening places, we were at the Wood Green Seniors Building, and Deputy Mayor was so clear how many people are on the supportive housing waiting list. We can get at that. We can build, we can add housing into any development for all these developers that are building 30, 40, 50, 60-story buildings. We can add affordable housing anywhere or supportive housing anywhere if we have the funds from the other levels of government. But this is a shell game. This is always pointing that, well, we have to have legislation to make how to have affordable homes for all, when they haven't been paying their fair share, and when we have been doing that under tremendous pressure, including our Housing Now. I think you'll all remember a number of years ago, I had a motion that asked to list the properties, the buildings that the province and the federal government own in the city of Toronto. And I still don't have it because they refused to give it. There was a post office on the Danforth. It's still a one-story building that was either leased or sold to a retail chain. In the city of Toronto, a building like that would not be leased or sold to a one-story chain. It would now be a site for affordable housing. So I guess I do want to thank the staff, tremendous pressure, realizing the whole world is going to change the way it does by fiat from certain provincial governments, whether it's the mega city, whether it's this changing the development landscape. So the things that we need to ensure good development, that all of the infrastructures in place, and that we can add affordable housing into existing development. When I see the Ontario home builders ads and their Twitter and everything else that says, we're pushing this because we want to make homes affordable to people, then I'll start believing some of the rhetoric and the bills that are coming from Queen's Park. But until then, thank you, staff, for beavering under a tremendous load that you hadn't expected. All of these balls just keep getting thrown at you, and you have to respond at the same time as doing your other jobs in planning, in trying to build a great city and one that works for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors that wish to speak on this item? I'll just say a few words. I want to thank staff for being so quick and putting this report in front of us. I think the goal of modernizing, speeding up the approval of housing in our city is a common goal. The City of Toronto was not waiting to have new technology introduced as we are doing through the C2K. We were not waiting to have the C2K done. And what is a little bit frustrating now is that even though we're doing that work in the City of Toronto, we've acknowledged that, you know, we have to hire more staff, we have to change these processes, we have to modernize, working with the industry on all this, that we now have a process in front of us that even though it says, and it says the goal is to speed the approval of housing, there's no way that it's going to do that. I think our chief planner was very clear in his answers and in the report that it's just impossible to have these things approved in these times, and that it's going to have a huge backlog at the board. So I'm hoping that the provincial government will listen to some of the recommendations. I think that what I've heard from staff is that they've always been willing to work with provincial staff to make sure that they understand the systems, the complexities, that also this is a system that is not a one-way street. I mean, this is a two-way. There's collaboration that needs to happen between the applicants, the city, sometimes provincial agencies. All that work needs to happen. And by doing it this quick and with the fees having to be returned, I think we're definitely going in the wrong direction. I don't see how this is going to help as well. And I think the minister should be able to understand, because if it's taking him 15 months to approve 2 PMTSAs when his time frame was 120 days, I mean, he clearly could possibly understand some of the challenges that sometimes these issues bring to the table. So hopefully we'll be able to work towards on this, because like I said, I think the goal is the same. We all want to see these homes being built. We want to see communities, complete communities, transit-oriented communities, and very importantly, the inclusionary zoning being implemented as well. There's a lot of work done. We're going to be reviewing it next year, and we don't even know if we're going to have anything to even review, because I'm not sure that we're going to be able to have anything that has been through that process, given that the PMTSAs, after so much work that our staff have been doing on that, we haven't had any approved yet. So thank you, staff, for putting this through, and hopefully we can work with the provincial government to have some changes done to this bill. I know that it got royal assent, but hopefully after the elections they'll listen to us and make sure that we get where I think we all want to get, which is to build more homes. Okay, and with that, I will move the supplementary report. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, we're now going to item 33.2, and we have speakers on this item. Item is our Plan Toronto Keele-St. Clair Local Area Study Final Recommendation Report. First speaker on the item we have is Paul Lowes. Good afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of committee. Let me just share my screen first. It says I can't share my screen. You're now the presenter. Let me try again. Okay, share. All right, do we see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of committee. Our firm, SGL Planning and Design, represents Benny Stark Limited. They're the owners of 0, 119 to 125, 144, 160, and 200 Benny Stark Street, and 122 and 116 Turnberry Avenue. They're located at the north end of the secondary plan at the terminus of Benny Stark Street, as you can see here on the slide in the blue. They're currently the property is currently used by Stark Auto Sales. It's a national automobile auction firm. The business is very successful and has operated for multiple generations, hence the name Benny Stark Street that goes through the site. However, Keele-St and Guns Road extensions are planned to cross the site, and those extensions will adversely impact the functionality of Stark Auto, making the ongoing use of the property unviable for its current use. As a result, the owners have submitted applications to redevelop the site, and that what they've proposed is closely follows the land use pattern set out in OPA 573, including a 0.5 hectare park, new local roads, the extension of Guns and Keele Street, and open space along Lavender Creek. It results in a dedication of approximately 44% of the site to the city for public uses. We'd like to thank the extensive work by the staff on this study. We're generally very supportive of the vision for what will be a vibrant, transit-oriented, complete community. But we have three concerns. First off is the non-residential requirement. OPA 573 requires 1 times the developable area or 15% of the gross floor area for non-residential space. Our current application provides for 12% of the GFA as non-residential space, which is about 200,000 square feet. Currently, the site only has 0.18 FSI of employment, and that's the area is not a vibrant employment area, as seen by that density. It's not a retail area. It's not an office node. The only way to achieve more employment on the subject is through the residential portion of the development, subsidizing the employment component. Landowners are taking on substantive risk on speculative employment space when they build these mixed-use buildings, particularly when, such as our client, who's already dedicating 44% of the site to the city. So the employment requirement, in our opinion, is too onerous and could hinder the viability of the mixed-use project. So we request that the non-residential uses be reduced to 12% of the total floor area, which will be viable. The second issue is with regard to maximum height. OPA 573 permits a maximum height of approximately 35 stories in the Station North area, which the subject site is located. That does not acknowledge the site is within 500 meters from the future GO station, which is to the north end of the site, which is about a 5-minute walk to the north end of the site, about a 3-minute walk to the south end of the site. Transit-oriented densities are appropriate and vital to maximizing transit use in this area. And higher density heights will help to subsidize the 44% parkland dedication, the non-residential component, and the affordable housing component. We can accommodate that height, higher heights, without shadowing or negative impacts, right, on adjacent neighborhoods. So we request that the height be changed to up to 40 stories in the Station North area. Lastly, I want to talk about transition. The previous OPA 573, the draft, required tall buildings to meet a 45-degree angular plane. And this is a graph of our building that's closest to the residential neighborhoods to the east, and we were able to meet a 45-degree angular plane. The current OPA 573 changes that requirement to a tower setback equal to the height of the building. And the intent of that provision is similar to the angular plane, but it does not allow for the terracing of the upper stories of the building. So now this building would not meet that requirement because it wouldn't allow us to terrace the upper floors, which in my opinion is appropriate from a planning point of view. Terracing the buildings, it has no impact on the neighborhoods when you terrace the building. It does not increase shadowing, it reduces shadowing, it reduces the mass from the view of the neighborhood. So it is appropriate. So we request that policy 8.5 be deleted. So those are my requests. Thank you very much. Thanks again for staff for all the hard work over the last course of, I think, a year and a half. And thanks for working with us. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we have Silvano Del Rio. Good afternoon, Silvano.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Silvano Del Rio. I have submitted a letter with 6 points. At first, it wasn't clear whether the area covered in the Benny Stark Street and Turnberry Avenue was going to be included. I thought it wasn't in the end, but then the gentleman just before me did deal with this property, so I'm going to make my submissions right the way they were. One slight change at the bottom where it says that I resided in 33 Hillary Avenue since 1988 is actually 1986. I cannot see my face here, but if you can see me, that's great. It doesn't matter whether I do or not. I would like to start first of all with item 6, the effect of proposed plan on Hillary Avenue. Now, if not everyone is familiar with Hillary Avenue, it's basically if you go from St. Clair up Old Weston Road and you reach Rogers. If you keep on going, Rogers, Old Weston Road really becomes Rogers, but at Old Weston Road and Rogers, on the left side is Hillary Avenue. So physically, it would be the extension of Rogers Road. And what has been happening lately, much more so than ever in the past, is that vehicular traffic wants to go from going up, but in order to go right up the street on Keele and Rogers, because it's a terrible intersection, particularly when it comes to rush hour traffic, there is a significant volume of traffic that turns left on Hillary Avenue, goes down to Keele-St, and then turns right in order to go north, presumably to reach the highway or whatever desire they have. The intersection of Keele and Rogers is a terrible one, vehicularly speaking, and that is what is causing this problem. And the extension of Keele-St at that point is going to make it even worse. As an aside, as of now, when you go down Hillary Avenue, and it's only 2 blocks really, to Keele-St, you will see that it's very difficult to turn because of a blockage by an industry there, a construction industry. And on the other hand, you have traffic coming down that moves off the lane, the middle lane, the orange lane, because there is no space. And I'm concerned that when you do, in fact, change this Keele-St situation, you will have much more traffic, and that Hillary Avenue is going to become almost a through street as opposed to a residential street. And I would have liked to know what you're planning on doing on point. Given that time is a tyrant, I just want to look at the traffic impact of my plan. And there is a suggestion, no, it's a suggestion, there is a fact that the Benny Stark Street and Turnberry Avenue project with that huge and frankly out of place tower is going to have a huge number of units that does not have a parking spot. They've indicated 723 parking spots for 1818 units. And that doesn't seem to even address the issue of what they call retail and office space. Basically, my suggestion is you need a minimum of 1 parking spot per unit, because let us not kid ourselves, a car is a car and people love cars. And as much as public transit can help and bicycles can help, there will never be a major means of transportation for the foreseeable future. And by foreseeable future, I really mean the next 100 years. So it is wishful thinking on the part of the developer that they can do that. If you don't, if you allow that to be so, you're going to have a huge number of residents looking for parking overnight on the street, fighting with the current basically people that live there. To say nothing about the traffic. That building, the 44 story in particular, is going to create an influx of traffic.
Gonna have to
especially
ask you to
during
wrap
rush
up.
hour. And wrapping up, basically, the traffic, which is already terrible around the Keele and Rogers area, going down to St. Clair, is going to increase many folds and is going to make the
Thank
area
you.
a parking lot during rush hour.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today. Next, we have Giulio.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Giulio Sescato.
Yes, hello. Thank you, everyone. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I'd like to thank Madam Chair and the committee for listening to my comments today, and also thank the hard work of staff for bringing this forward. Paul Lowe's has covered a lot of the points, but I think I would just like to go over a couple more. I'm the planner for 1799 St. Clair Avenue West on behalf of Sequoia Grove Homes Limited, which is proposing currently a 3-tower development with a significant portion of the lands being given over to public uses, including Davenport Road extension and a new public park. And our primary ask today is that although we agree with many portions of the study as brought forward by staff, our primary concerns are with 3 policies in particular. The first is policy 8.12A, which deals with maximum heights, and our request here is that there be a modest increase in height from 35 stories to 40 stories, not 45, and that the angular plane provisions in policy 8.5 be deleted, as in our sense, having a maximum height limit with an angular plane is superfluous, and that the language that existed in previous drafts of the proposed policies, namely the non-residential GFA, should be provided prior to or concurrent with residential GFA, or as otherwise determined by the phasing plan, be restored. And I'll explain briefly as to why we feel this way. In regards to the height, staff clearly have a vision of a maximum height on the station area of 45 stories. We submit that as our application is the closest application on the south side of St. Clair to the station area, that increasing the height modestly from 35 to 40 stories will have no impact on any of the surrounding uses. There are no significant shadowing overlook issues on any lower scale residential, and that from the street level, there is no difference to a person walking on St. Clair, whether the heights of the buildings are 35 or in fact 40, and that it will in fact still achieve the goal that city staff have articulated in seeking to achieve a transition down from the maximum heights of 45 stories on the station area. Allowing for 40 stories, we submit still maintains this intent. The angular plane provisions, which have been changed to, as Paul articulated, a setback maximizing the height, but it's a 1-to-1 ratio. It's functionally the same thing as an angular plane in many respects, although, again, as Paul noted, somewhat more restrictive. We submit that in our instance, with our buildings massed as they are at such a distance from the neighborhood designated areas and largely to the north of them, that there is in fact no impact whether we were compliant or non-compliant, but in point of fact serves as kind of a belts and suspenders to regulate the height in a way that we think is unhelpful. And then the phasing, of course, having to do with the employment areas. And here what I would just say is that the city, this area has some difficulty from a marketability standpoint of attracting commercial tenants. And even in areas that are particularly well suited to it, like for example, the North York Center at the intersection of Shepherd and Yonge, where there are 2 subway stations, the development of 4,800 Yonge required a substantial amount of residential development in order to offset the risk of building on a speculative basis a significant amount of commercial office space. And what we are suggesting here is that the city would like to achieve commercial uses on the site. We would like to see that. The city rightfully wants to take the long view on this. They're not saying that the market today is what should be the dictating factor. I don't disagree with that. But when we're asking to assume on a speculative basis the construction of this, the residential development is key, and the phasing of that residential development is key in order to unlock the potential of these sites and their maybe long-term commercial applicability, commercial viability. And what we would suggest is that these modest increases of heights, consideration for the angular plane, and phasing in this regard will allow the city to achieve the laudable goals it wishes to achieve, that of strong commercial employment, strong affordable housing components, public parks, public roads, all the good things that make communities complete and livable, with just a very modest increase in residential GFA will allow for all this to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you so much. Next, we have Michael Bissett.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Michael Bissett. I'm a planner with Bowesfields, acting on behalf of several landowners in the area, 2 to 80 Union Street, 100 Union Street, 126 Union Street, and 77 Union Street. Also lands at 65 to 81 McCormack Street, which is west of the rail line in the northwest corner area. I'd just also like to thank staff. It's been quite a feat for the OPA they've created. We've had several meetings over the last many months and year, and we've come so far. And I'd just say staff is generally familiar with the 2 points I'm going to make, and I won't repeat comments that have been made by Mr. Chiscato or Mr. Lowe's. I know you have a long agenda. Only to say that I would like to add to those. Just in general, as it relates to the comment made about the phasing of the non-residential minimum requirement. The draft OPA, as was written back in November, provided for the allowance of phasing, and that has been removed, providing for only the non-res having to be built prior to or concurrent with the residential. And I would say, as it specifically relates to standalone buildings, which is another thing that is encouraged by the official plan, the draft OPA that's in particular more difficult, whereas with a podium that might be a bit easier because you're incorporating the non-res into the residential. So policy 7.2 is the one that requires the minimum non-res, and 7.3 we're suggesting should be which is a policy relating to referencing standalone non-res buildings, allow for some flexibility to phase so that the timing of delivery of the non-residential GFA can be determined by a phasing plan as part of a complete application and approved by the city. So I know Chris White from Urban Metrics, I think, is going to speak to this later as well. The other item in relation to McCormack, I realize there's no final recommendation as it relates to the McCormack street stretch in this report, but I can advise the committee, and staff is aware obviously now, that a complete air quality report has been provided and has concluded that their receptor mitigation can be incorporated to accommodate residential uses along McCormack. So in my view, the McCormack stretch can be converted subject to an appropriate policy, site area specific policy that would ensure that such detailed compatibility studies that were undertaken for 65 to 81 McCormack are provided for any new redevelopment prior to residential being permitted. This would allow for the evolution of this area in a manner that would provide for development is more compatible with the low-rise neighborhood and parks to the north, as well as Lavender Creek to the south, also ensuring that such development would not impact ongoing employment uses which are south of Lavender Creek, which was the objective, I think. And so I would also ask that that site area specific policy could be incorporated at this time, given that we've got that report, which I know is going to be peer reviewed, but I think it does show on a site basis that it is feasible to mitigate. And I think that was an important aspect that staff needed to consider that. With that, I'll conclude my statements and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Michael Nemanik. Michael?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. The purpose of this brief deputation is going to be for Dunbar Homes, the owner of the lands municipally known as 35 Cawthra Ave, and the current location of the KN rubber plant, to provide a number of comments on our views regarding the Keele-St. Clair local area secondary plan. So in general, Dunbar is very supportive of the city building objectives of the secondary plan. Among other things, we agree that it will allow for the creation of an improved public realm, facilitate mixed-use intensification, provide for a broad range of employment opportunities, and lead to the provision of affordable housing and much-needed community services and facilities. We believe Dunbar is contributing its fair share to these objectives by, among other things, proposing a new park that will be approximately half a hectare big, further supported by an additional 0.2 hectares of POPs, and which will include a new pedestrian mid-block connection through the entire site. We're also proposing a new community service facility that's approximately 7,500 square feet and which can be leased to nonprofits or other community organizations at below market rates. We're also proposing the construction of a new mid-rise light industrial, commercial, office building, which will be constructed almost entirely out of mass timber and may achieve Tier 2 or Tier 3 sustainability performance measures under the TGS. We're also further agreeing to a provision of no less of 10% of the development as affordable housing and a full replacement of all existing employment building GFA. We also have no significant concerns about any of the policies in the secondary plan. We recognize that staff's worked hard on preparing a plan that is full of compromises, and we believe that many of the policies are quite appropriate. With this all said, Dunbar Home believes that we believe the most northern portion of 35 Cawthra Ave should be converted to a mixed-use area designation. Right now, it's retaining its core employment area designation, which we don't agree with. We believe a mixed-use area designation would be more appropriate because we would then have the tools to develop a range of more compatible and business-friendly retail, commercial, and office uses at the intersection of Cawthra Ave and Huron Street. The type of uses we're thinking of are retail stores, retail services, and restaurants, new institutional uses such as daycares, art galleries, educational uses, and recreational uses, and also live-work units. The essential reason, if we had to boil it down, is that we believe a mixed-use area designation would be superior to a core employment area designation because A, the majority of the uses that I just enumerated are considered sensitive and therefore cannot be located in core employment areas, and the core employment area designation prohibits the establishment of anything except for small-scale retail and service uses that are ancillary to employment uses. And just to put a kind of illustration to what I've just said, outdoor amenity areas such as patios, parks, and POPs, like courtyards, gardens, and walkways, are often not permitted in employment areas at all, which we don't believe is the intention for this area of the junction. Therefore, we believe a mixed-use area designation would represent the best planning for this area and could be supplemented by a SAS to ensure that a number of additional community benefits would be secured by the city. This could include the following: a minimum employment GFA of the mixed-use designation would have to be constructed along with residential on top. There could be, for example, maximum unit sizes and frontages to encourage the establishment of local businesses over big box brands. There are already a number of big box brands in the Stockyards Mall, and we think we could add a different selection of tenants and commercial uses, which would provide small business owners with much needed space. We also think that a specific range and selection of compatible and business-friendly employment uses could be included in that SAS as being appropriate and compatible with the other uses on the other side of Cawthra Ave. We also think, and this is important as well, that additional institutional and sensitive uses, which would be compatible with uses across Cawthra Avenue, could be introduced into a mixed-use area designation. All of this wouldn't be a good development if we couldn't also include other community benefits, which we could discuss with the local councillor and staff. Subject to any questions, those are my comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, thank you very much. So with the increased density in the area in my ward and as well as Councillor Bylaw's ward, do you think when you talk about recreation and community benefits, do you think the right fit for that community as well would be a recreation center?
So Councillor, we've had a number of discussions with staff and many other persons about this. We believe that, and I can say this as a local resident of the junction, that when you have new developments, there often is a lot more population than may be originally projected, and community services and facilities need to grow along with that population. And so often it's good to be conservative, and if a potential community recreational center would serve, the existing and future residents of the area, I always think it's a good idea, because a community is more than a place to live. It's also a place to play and work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Mahdi Khan. Not present, okay. Matthew Rutledge. Matthew?
Hello?
Yep, we can hear him, Matthew. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I'm not sure if you're able to see me as well. I will be pulling up something on my screen. Just good morning to the Planning and Housing Committee and Madam Chair. My name is Matthew Rutledge, and I am the lawyer for 88 Cawthra Inc., the owner of 88 to 142 Cawthra Avenue, which I will just be referring to as 88 Cawthra Avenue. To provide some preliminary background context, 88 Cawthra is within the Keele-St Clair study area and the proposed major transit station area. We had made several requests in writing to planning staff to request that 88 Cawthra, which is currently designated as a core employment area, be redesignated as a mixed-use area. However, as is shown in the proposed official plan amendment for the Keele-St Clair secondary plan, it appears that our requests have largely gone unheard, and staff has decided instead to recommend that the lands remain designated as a core employment area. And if I'm just going to try to share my screen here, I don't have permission. Here we are. So just please let me know if you could see.
Yes, we can.
So just to quickly point out the exact location of the property, it is this area designated as a core employment area at the north end of Cawthra Avenue on the west side. So it is our position that maintaining the lands as a core employment area and not redesignating them as a mixed-use area would be both inappropriate and a huge opportunity loss for the city to encourage investment in and the intensification of the St. Clair area. Planning staff had identified that the reason for the recommendation to maintain the land use designation of the properties all along Cawthra Avenue as core employment areas was to protect, support, and enhance the unique character of the street, and to also preserve the collection of, quote, eclectic businesses that currently exist. And these kinds of businesses include breweries, distilleries, coffee roasters, advertising agencies, and studios. And just to give you a demonstration of what the street currently looks like, this photo here, which I hope you can see, is from the south portion of 88 Cawthra looking north along Cawthra. And then similarly, you can also see this is the perspective from the north end of Cawthra looking south. And 88 to 142 Cawthra is all these buildings generally along here, if you're able to see the mouse. So all of the businesses that I just listed and that planning staff had listed are compatible with residential uses within a mixed-use area. And this is evidenced by the existing residential neighborhood, which is to the west of 88 Cawthra. And this neighborhood's backyards are immediately adjacent and are right up against the building. Given that these kind of businesses are compatible with residential uses and that 88 Cawthra is within the MTSA, it doesn't make much sense to not redesignate 88 Cawthra as a mixed-use area. If 88 Cawthra were to be redesignated as a mixed-use area, it would help achieve the minimum density targets for the MTSA, and the inclusion of new residents in the community would also help support the types of businesses that the city wishes to protect. Further, by also identifying the property as an employment priority area, the proposed policy 7.1 of the Keele-St. Clair secondary plan would apply. And therefore a minimum of the site area itself or 15% of the total gross floor area would have to be for non-residential uses. And this would effectively preserve the space that is needed for these kinds of businesses while also permitting residential uses. And for all the reasons that were just previously discussed by Dunbar Home regarding their request that the north end of 35 Cawthra also be redesignated as a mixed-use area, that would also apply to our site. And it should be noted that, you know, our site being along Cawthra and also being closer to the MTSA station, if part or all of 35 Cawthra is to be redesignated as a mixed-use area, 88 Cawthra Avenue should also be. And from a planning policy perspective, it should also be noted that the City of Toronto official plan provides that core employment areas are lands that are intended to be generally within the interior of employment areas as a whole. And this is because they provide for uses that are industrial in nature, such as warehousing, manufacturing, and processing.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Matthew. Your 5
Thank you.
minutes are up.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Danielle Artenosi.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Or good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Again, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm here on behalf of Berkeley Carlisle Junction, Inc., and that is the owner of the property municipally known as 6 Lloyd Avenue. In fact, 6 Lloyd is in essence, a reference of convenience. There are a number of properties that form part of the parcel, but is commonly known as 6 Lloyd Avenue. We've had an opportunity to review with our client and its consultants the draft official plan amendment 537, in particular the secondary plan, along with the accompanying staff report. And I want to start off by acknowledging the efforts of staff. This is a policy vision that our client largely supports. And I can say that it's refreshing to see a very progressive agenda that's been identified and promoted by staff for this area, which is in need of revitalization. We do have some concerns. These are not wholesale revisions that we're seeking, but there are some modifications and refinements that I'll speak to in just a moment. But by way of background, I just wanted to note for the committee that our client's site is the subject of a redevelopment proposal. It's been a highly iterative process. I've been involved in it personally for close to 9 years. It predates my involvement. The redevelopment of the site for mixed uses was first pronounced by the city through the OPA 231 process, which resulted in a settlement of a site and area specific policy. More recently, I can advise that in response to our client's rezoning application, staff issued a final staff report recommending approval for a redevelopment in June 2021, and it was considered by council in July of 2021. By way of high-level summary, the redevelopment would contemplate the development of 2 buildings of 15 and 17 stories connected by a podium. There would also be an office component of 8 stories. This is a large employment generator. There are a number of approximately 539 new residential units, and 10 would be affordable ownership units that would be conveyed to the city in kind. That was the proposal. In addition, there was an 868-meter brand new park that would be proposed as part of the redevelopment. And I would just note that the staff review of the development proposal and our client's initial application predated by some time city staff's advancement of the proposed secondary plan that is before you today. And again, by way of high-level summary, the draft vision set out in the secondary plan would promote a greater intensity of use on the subject lands than that which was permitted. And as a result of that, our client has been very actively engaged with city staff and the local council's office to look closer at the development potential of the site and see how we can unlock the potential for additional residential and mixed-use development on the site in keeping with the vision that is enunciated generally in the draft secondary plan. And again, by way of high-level summary, our client is largely supportive of that. However, there are some concerns that we've identified in a letter that I submitted to the committee earlier this morning. And I would just note that in fairness to city staff who authored the report, they have not been involved in the site-specific discussions. And I'm happy to elaborate on any of the concerns that we have in particular. But what I think would be most prudent in this circumstance, because we feel that we are largely aligned with the city and the invested stakeholders in the community, is to have an opportunity for a more focused review of some of these policies that are creating some concerns that may result in unintended consequences. And I don't think that this, as I said earlier, is a large redraft. I think it's a refinement, but we need a bit of time. And our request in that respect is to ask that the matter be deferred for a brief opportunity to work with the authors of the study alongside the area planners that are have carriage of the site-specific proposal to look and see how these proposed policies may in fact play out and whether or not some refinement, as I've said, is warranted. And so that is our request. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have of me.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? I have a question. So this is a process that has been going on for almost 2 years. Have you been involved in conversations with staff?
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. So our client has been actively involved with the area planners, and they have been following the process. But the enunciation, the draft policy documents that were first advanced came after the heavy lifting, for, if I can use that expression, was done on the site-specific proposal. So there was an issue of the two processes not dovetailing together at the same time. And I think it's just an unfortunate circumstance of timing. But I feel very confident in my submission that there is a mutual desire to see the site redeveloped to its fullest potential in accordance with the vision set out in the secondary plan.
Okay. And you wouldn't be able to do that between now and council?
It would be a possibility, Madam Chair. Perhaps that is an option. I would certainly commit to that if that's the direction of the committee. I just want to be clear that the request for the deferral wasn't for an extended period. I wouldn't propose a timeline. I'm obviously in the hands of the committee, but if the direction is that those discussions be undertaken between now and council, I'm certain that my client and its team would commit to that. But I don't know today if that would be a sufficient amount of time.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, so Daniel, as you know, we've had meetings with staff in the past couple of weeks on this, and it's what you didn't mention at 6 Lloyd. That was an application, and we went through the planning process, and the community was very supportive, and it was approved, and also Artscape as well as part of the project as well. So for asking for deferral, you're asking for deferral so you can bring your information forward before council, because I know we had the meeting with staff just recently.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. I'm asking for deferral so that we can sit down with the authors of the secondary plan to look at some of the specific policies, to have a discussion about how that may play out in vis-a-vis the redevelopment of 6 Lloyd. And my submission is that based on the draft that's been proposed by staff, I feel that there is the chance that there might be some unintended consequences on how some of these policies may play out in respect to the proposed built form. And so I'd just like an opportunity to sit down with staff who authored the secondary plan and with staff who has carriage of the site-specific application to look at that together so that everybody's having a full appreciation of how these policies may or may not play out for a revised proposal that our client has committed to advance.
Now until council?
I was proposing a deferral of the item so that it would come back in the event that there were any modifications coming out of that discussion. But I think Madam Chair suggested that perhaps it could occur from now to council. I would prefer more time if the committee was inclined.
But when you say defer, are you asking for defer of the whole item or just yours?
I think I'm in your hands. I think it would probably make sense to defer the item. But if the decision as it applies to our client's side could be deferred on its own, that would also be an option.
Thank you.
Next, we have, thank you, Danielle. I think that's it. There's no more questions. So next, we have Chris White. Good afternoon, Chris. Chris, can you hear me? Good afternoon, Chris.
Hi there, thank you, and sorry for the delay. I was getting my mute unmuted here by the clerk's office.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris White. I'm a principal and co-founder of Parcel Economics and formerly a partner at Urban Metrics. We're the land economists representing the owners of 2 to 4 Union Street, otherwise known as the station site. Although this specific property is ultimately represented the primary focus of our work, I'll also note that much of what I'll be speaking to here today certainly also applies to many of the other properties and development proposals within the broader Keele-St. Clair local area study boundary as delineated by city staff. As I believe some of you are aware, earlier this year, our team submitted a letter to city planning outlining our professional opinions and highlighting some concerns relating to the proposed policy framework being advanced and specifically having regard for the non-residential or employment space requirements being advanced. Overall, echoing some of the comments from other folks that you've heard from this afternoon, while we generally agree, at least in principle, with the importance of including a reasonable non-residential complement in this area and believe that the work that's been done to date and the policy direction by staff is generally well-intentioned, at least in theory and in its adherence to good planning principles and complete communities and the like, we nonetheless have some concerns with respect to in practice, the ultimate interpretation of some of the information available and the intended implementation of this framework. To that end, I'll just try to highlight a few key observations, and again, echoing to a certain extent what's been said so far, but also trying to add a little bit more specificity. So first, anytime we're representing or working on behalf of both private and public sector clients, I think it's really important to establish a baseline and acknowledge that based on current and anticipated future market conditions, the reality of the matter is that the viability of a lot of these types of non-residential uses being considered will be materially challenged, especially in kind of an off-core area such as that at Keele-St. Clair. And this is both from the perspective of market opportunity, so finding the availability of demand and specific tenants willing to occupy the spaces, as well as in the context of financial feasibility, specifically achieving appropriate rental rates and therefore revenues to offset significant capital costs associated with new construction. With that said, and given that these types of non-residential uses can effectively represent a net burden to new developments of this nature, it's our opinion that it's a bit counterintuitive to be requiring, at least not having the flexibility, but requiring a net increase of these activities overall, and certainly above and beyond what exists or can be supported on these sites today, or would otherwise be possible in the absence of the types of mixed-use development proposals being brought forward now. We acknowledge that city staff have revised this requirement in their final recommendation report to a threshold of 15% of gross floor area, but have ultimately maintained that 1.0 FSI density requirement. So many or most of the observations on our end still hold nonetheless, particularly when taken in parallel to considerations for a range of other non-market uses, delivery of affordable housing or other factors that, for better or worse, ultimately impede the feasibility of new development. As a preferred and more realistic outcome, a lot of the research that we've prepared suggests that there is an alternative and a viable one whereby the city could indeed further reduce the non-residential space requirement while still reasonably achieving all of the same or similar desired employment and economic development related objectives envisioned for the area, at least as we understand them. This includes achieving employment growth directly in line with, if not exceeding, the targets articulated for the area, growth and fostering a more diverse collection of contemporary industry sectors and representation, also maintaining reasonable service levels in terms of amenities and retail service commercial type spaces that will obviously need to keep pace with a growing residential population. And ultimately, in the absence of such a reduction of these space requirements, we believe that there's a discernible risk associated with being overly and perhaps unnecessarily speculative with these policies and making them a requirement, and likely establishing a significant oversupply of commercial or non-residential type spaces, which will, in our mind, inevitably remain vacant or untenanted for the foreseeable future, which doesn't contribute any tangible value to the community and in that regard. So, or worse yet, it could lead to delays to development or potentially disincentivizing development entirely, which is obviously a major opportunity cost to the community, as has been highlighted again by previous speakers. But just to put a finer point on it, specifically foregoing the opportunity to secure a range of housing, market and affordable new park spaces, community infrastructure, and ultimately establishing the critical mass required to make the best possible use of new or recent investments in transit. Just quickly in closing, we simply request that additional consideration and caution be given with respect to the non-residential policies for this area, and specifically having regard
Thank
for
you,
a
Chris.
reduction thereof.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Chris. That concludes the list of speakers for this item. Questions of staff? Councillor Perks, you have questions of staff?
Yeah, I'm just, I'm curious about a couple of things. We heard from some deputants that there's some argument for even more height. Could you comment on that?
Thank you, Councillor Perks. I'm going to ask the study team to respond. Allison or Steve?
Thank you, Greg, and thank you, Councillor, through the chair. So we've really worked very closely, as a number of the deputants mentioned, with both the landowners and the community, as well as with the legislated density requirements to satisfy the provincial requirements in the area around the transit-oriented community development. And in our opinion, the proposed heights and range of heights are quite appropriate for the scale of development around a GO station and a streetcar line. And I guess there's
that's good.
Yeah.
And similarly, a number of people were arguing about changing the percentage that's residential and the percentage that's commercial or employment. Do you have any comments on that?
I can speak to that through the chair. Yes, some people have asked that the amounts be changed. We also have a number of landowner developers we've worked with who are meeting or exceeding those requirements. So we base them what we think is fair based on the current permissions and the opportunity cost for employment that we're losing or could potentially be losing by converting the lands. If the lands were to stay as employment over the long term, presumably with a new GO station, we'd see new non-residential employment development. So we're converting, but requiring a minimum amount of employment.
And you're saying a number of the landowners are fine with that? Did I hear you say? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you. So some of the deputants mentioned office space that we're asking for on a number of these development applications. Do we have any idea, do we know how many of the office spaces that we do have in Toronto that are vacant at this time through the pandemic?
Maybe economic development can comment on that. I know, the general trend to pandemic is meant, obviously, has brought a lot of people working from home in remote locations and now returning into more of a hybrid environment. Nevertheless, we have an extremely low vacancy rate in our employment areas. I think it's below 1%. And we're seeing a lot of transformation and change going on in our employment areas. I think this area would be akin more to something that you might see along Geary Avenue and other kind of outer ring, Sterling Road and other outer ring employment areas of the city where you have a whole range, not just office, but a whole different range of interesting land uses that support local work opportunities, that support incubator businesses.
Yeah, because what we don't want to see is us building all this office space and then having it vacant for years. I mean, that's not what we want in the community, correct?
We do want to meet our minimum jobs and employment and population targets. You're correct, but we need to drive both land uses. We don't want the area to just be a monoculture for residential uses.
Now, also too, and I know Councillor Barlow and I have brought it up at a number of the meetings that we attended, the community meetings, is I know it's not part of planning, it would be part of parks, but in that area, with the density that's coming in that area, with the goal and the smart track, do you not think that, or do you know that there would be a need for a recreation center in that, and that's not part of the report, but I know that came up during the community consultation meetings that we had with community members.
I think Janie's on the line. You can speak to how we're kind of on the edge of whether or not that would be considered. We're not quite there. Janie, do you want to comment?
Thanks, Greg, and through you to Councillor Nunziata. I think Councillor Nunziata, and I know there's been lots of discussions at this throughout the planning process around the secondary plan. As many know, the sort of standards and facility provision rates around things like community centers are provided through the Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan, which is about to go into a 5-year sort of rethink, just as we adjust to some of the new planning approaches that have been taken and some of the new density that we're seeing across the city. So I think the short answer is we need to keep an eye on the density and the development and how the secondary plan unfolds, and have a look at this as part of our 5-year refresh as part of the facilities master plan. I should say that, you know, there are many facilities that are accommodated within the plan, but we also try and stay as flexible and fluid with the amount of development that's going on. If we see changes that weren't projected through that master plan, then we're certainly open to having another look at where the provision rates are and what the right levels of provisions are in this particular study area, if that's helpful.
Okay, so Greg, question to you. So if we have a number of applicants that are proposing development in the area, you know, in Councillor Barlow's ward and my ward, if they're willing, as far as community benefits, is to cover the cost of the recreation center, is that not possible?
Well, you know, we're switching over in our regime to a community benefits charge, which is going to work differently going forward. There's nothing certainly that would preclude us from looking at opportunities to incorporate community facilities in some of these developments. But the way that Section 37 is going to work in the future is going to be quite different than it has in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors with questions? Well, I have a few questions. Can you comment on this issue of the angular plane and not being able to terrace? I thought that actually the language was changed to accommodate some flexibility. Can you comment a little bit on that?
Certainly, Deputy Mayor, thank you. So yes, the key in the policy is the use and the deliberate inclusion of the term generally. And so while many of the deputants noted, it's similar in function to a 45-degree angular plane, but it was rewritten to be more specific in relation to the distance of tall buildings from lower rise neighborhoods to provide that transition in scale and help mitigate impact within those low scale areas. So in terms of implementation, together with my other colleagues in urban design working on development applications, we feel comfortable that the language as proposed would allow for some flexibility on a site-specific basis or a project-specific basis to look at an individual tower proposal and look at options on the upper stories or the tower orientation or the floor plate size. It's not a rigid, hard, fast policy the way it's worded with the inclusion of the term generally.
Thank you. With regards to the building of the non-res, I think there must have been some confusion because when the first draft came, we started getting some feedback and we changed the language because of the feedback that we were getting. And now we understand that the language is still not good. So your intent is to give the opportunity to be built at the same time or prior to the residential, and if for larger sites that you can work on a phasing approach as well. Is that the intent?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, that's exactly correct. The bottom line, we want the delivery of non-residential to happen prior to or concurrent with residential. But for larger sites, that will happen in multiple phases, and you may have some sites providing a pure non-residential building in phase 2 or 3 with some of the non-res up front. There's lots of different details that will work out on a site-specific basis. So the policy provides for that flexibility through the use of a phasing plan.
Okay, and Stephen, you worked with me on the language that hopefully gets everybody on the same page, because I think everybody's on the same page. It's just, you know, there's some dot on the I that is missing. It seems like people are not able, but you're comfortable with the language that I'm going to be moving to try to once again clarify that this is our position, correct?
Correct.
Okay. With regards to community center, so what is the threshold when we put when we start thinking about a community center?
So this is, Madam Chair, so the threshold we generally use is 30,000 new residents as the sort of ratio around building a new community center. So we would look at in that process, you know, all of the community recreation facilities in the area, what the current population is, what the current density is, and then we generally project into the future around the development pipeline, which the secondary plan is providing a great roadmap for us to do. And that would be the trigger for us. And we would look not just obviously in the next few years, but we would look at the long-term scenario on it.
It went up 5,000 from the last time I asked, but that's okay, 30,000 it is. I was told 25,000 last time I asked, but that's okay. So
sometimes it's impossible
through planning.
to project exactly what the development scenario is going to be, which is why we like to say fluid. And I think the report itself speaks to the need to do that as far as looking at the existing recreation facilities and the need for some new ones as well. And should also note that the parkland and the urban forestry priorities that are stipulated in the report are very progressive as well, and we're pretty pleased with those.
So how many new residents can we expect with this secondary plan, more or less, in this area?
It's planned to be in the neighborhood of 25 to 28,000. That's what as proposed.
Okay. So without any of the other growth and all the other developments that Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Perks, myself we already have in this area of growth. Why, I mean, when we are doing these plans, we identify, for example, the locations of the parks. I just find strange that we don't start identifying the location of a community center, which should be a focal central point of the community. So why, when we're doing these big secondary plans, why isn't parks more involved? If we have a secondary plan that is going to produce around 28,000 people, shouldn't we be looking for the ideal location for a community center?
Well, actually, I think the plan has looked at it from a design footprint point of view, looked at two optimal locations where a community center might be possible as community focal points.
You're cutting off, Greg, sorry.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
The plan as it's been brought forward looks at two community focal points, which could serve as locations for community centers. I think two other important points. We have to be somewhat opportunistic that opportunities come along, especially nowadays where you incorporate community centers into development. And then secondly, we monitor the plan. We'll be watching, as Janie pointed out, especially with community services, as they do continual assessments and opportunities could present themselves.
Okay. And if I could add, Greg,
it's a live matter. In other words.
If I can add, it is a live matter that we will continue to look at, noting that, Greg's comments around some potential locations. We also look at, when we're planning large community recreation centers, the provision levels in the areas surrounding. Because in some cases, some areas of the city are over provided for and others, are under provided for. So it's looking at all the recreation facilities in that area to see what the opportunities are. And a number of different opportunities may arise, to assist in where we go. And I think to Councillor Nunziata's point, we also monitor things like funding and development charges and the opportunities that will be made available through the development funding that comes out of the secondary plan. So to Greg's point, I think we all agree it's a live issue and certainly one we will continue to monitor and pay attention to.
Okay, thank you. Speakers on the item. Councillor Nunziata.
Well, thank you. And I know the chair has a couple motions that should be moving, which I would be supporting. First of all, I want to thank the staff through this whole process and the number of consultation meetings that we've had. And we had quite a few residents and businesses that participated in that in my ward and Councillor Bylaw's ward as well. That area in particular, the area that I represent, there has been a number of projects that have come into play in that area. For example, the mall that's at St. Clair and Weston Road. So there has been changes over the years. We did an avenue study 15 years ago that still we haven't implemented. This was actually, Councillor Bylaw, part of your ward, and it went through my ward to Scarlet Road. And that is some of the recommendations that were in that avenue study. Still hasn't been implemented at all, but there has been some changes. It's an area where it needs to, some parts of the ward is very depressing because we have vacant buildings, we have vacant land, and where we get a lot of graffiti and we get a lot of crime and, a lot of criminal activities happening in these areas. So it's wonderful that we're going to develop that area with the increased transit and bring the community to life, and where people can walk, shop, and work, and that's very exciting for that community. And I know Councillor Bylaw in your ward as well. We want to create a community. Getting back to the recreation center, what hasn't been taken in consideration as well is the number of density that if you go north of Weston Road, to Eglinton and Weston Road, which is the Mount Dennis area. As you know, Greg, there's a number of development applications, a lot of density happening in that area. Granted, we have the community center that's at Eglinton and Black Creek, which took us years to build, but that's at full capacity. So we have to take in consideration what's happening along Weston Road, north and south. So I do support, the motion Councillor Bala would be putting forward as far as the rec center. I think we need to look at that, and if there's opportunities for the various applicants that submit in their application that's willing to financially contribute to that, through development charges or whatever we can, I think it's very much needed in that community. What we do have, and I know part of the report is what was suggested by Parks as well. We have the Piccinini Center. Well, the Piccinini Center is not even close to that site. And then we have George Ball Arena. Well, George Ball Arena is an arena. I don't think there's a possibility of us expanding next to George Ballerina. So I think we seriously have to look at it as development moves forward in this particular community. And as I said, I want to thank staff for their work that they've done on this report. I'm looking forward to moving forward. And I know that the community is very excited about it. They're looking at DOLAs in the area, which we don't have, and I know we get hundreds of requests for that. What I don't want to see is all these little parquets. I like to see something that's big that, the whole community could use, and, because these little parquets is going to do nothing for the community. And I like to see something bigger, and, a rec center is something where we can have different uses and not just a little, bench. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I would like to say a few words. I would like to start by thanking staff. I think they did an incredible job. We had a team working on this, and most of this was done during the pandemic, and we had incredible consultation with the community, with the landowners, which I also want to thank the community that came to the meetings and to the consultations, our Indigenous consultations as well that we did. The consultations with the landowners, they also put effort into it. So I think we have a good plan in here. Oh, I have two motions that I'd like to move. The first motion is this motion to hopefully clarify the language around the building of the employment to make sure that we're all on the same page. I think that when I speak to staff and when I speak to some of the landowners, I think we're all speaking the same language, but it seems like we've been having a hard time putting it in writing. So hopefully this will clarify. And the second motion is around the community center. And I just want to talk a little bit about this. I think that, what we have here is a community that has a smart track station approved, has the St. Clair Transportation Master Plan. There are huge investments being done. We've created the opportunities to have employments. And as staff have said, we see much more than just office space. This is an opportunity to have creative uses in here, to have, the very, it's not light industrial because it's almost not industrial, but the uses that I see in my area on Sterling, on Gary, and so on. But also to bring some facilities, some daycare, some community spaces where people can, live, work, and play. Honestly, that this will be a great community. But it's a lot that is happening in here, and I think that given what I've seen here with other communities. And not too long ago, we were talking about the development happening on Christie's. And I remember the deputations that we kept hearing from those people that were living already in some of those buildings and saying, we don't have a community center, we don't have a community center. I think we need to start, we know that these things take a long time. I mean, I'm building a new library in my community. It's taken 10 years. It takes a long time to get the funding, to get this project going. So I think this needs to be top of mind for all of us. And I think that Councillor Nunziata and I are very committed to make sure that we're keeping our eyes on this, to make sure that as the community develops, these services come to the community as well. Because as you've heard, there's quite a bit of density that is coming in here, hopefully jobs as well, and we need to make sure that the infrastructure is going to be there as well. So those are my motions, and with that, I can move staff recommendations. Can we move it as a package? Yeah, okay. All those in favor? Can I see some hands? Okay, there you go. Thank you. That carries. Okay. Now, that takes us to item 9. Is Councillor Fletcher here? Councillor Fletcher, do you want to move your deferral motion? For item 9? For item 9, which is status update on achieving additional affordable housing in Villiers Island. Oh, Councillor, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Everything's off today. Yes. moving
Okay,
on.
so
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher's moving her deferral motion. All those in favor? That opposed, that carries. Okay, so next one we have number 12, Transit Design Guide. I believe we have a short staff presentation on this one, right? Okay, yep. Go ahead. Greg?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. With us today, Shauna Bowen and Hans Rico are going to share a very brief presentation on our design guide that's helping us in conversations about building transit across the city. Shauna and Hans.
Thank you, Greg. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hans Rico. I'm a Senior Project Manager in Transportation Planning, and I'm joined today by Shauna Bowen, a Project Manager in Urban Design. We're just going to provide a quick overview of the Transit Design Guide, which is submitted today to the committee for your consideration. City planning has been leading the development of the Transit Design Guide over the past 2 years with support of a consultant team, Access Planning and Perkins and Will, and in consultation with a wide range of internal stakeholders at the city. What the guide essentially is a living document that is intended to provide design guidance on how to best integrate various kinds of transit infrastructure into our urban environment so that it interfaces with adjacent development in the public realm in a way that best achieves the city's planning and design objectives. And we call this a living document because what's before you today is the culmination of the first tranche of work that has been done over the past 2 years on the highest priority transit elements that we have been considering. So on the screen here now, we just have a few bullet points on the purpose for this guide. And broadly speaking, the guide is intended to serve several purposes. So fundamentally, it is about supporting the city's interests as major transit projects are delivered and integrated into our urban environment. The first bullet point there articulates a vision statement of sorts, with the guide hoping to achieve high quality outcomes for urban architectural and landscape design of rapid transit infrastructure and service in Toronto that focuses on the experience of the public realm surrounding transit infrastructure. The guide is also intended to identify best practices, whether they are local industry practices or best practices from around the world. We want to ensure successful implementation through coordination with key partners, and the guide is intended to help us work better with our partners to achieve successful design outcomes as they are implemented. Next slide. The guide has been developed with the current pressures in mind with regard to transit projects, prioritizing elements that staff have been involved in reviewing and commenting on current projects, such as the Ontario line and the map that you see on your screen there highlights some of the transit infrastructure elements, such as traction power substations, elevated guideways, noise and retaining walls, and portals that are featured as part of the Ontario Line project. The guide will assist staff in reviewing and commenting on transit projects, not only within city planning, but across divisions as we've been working with other staff to put the guidelines together. The primary audience for this is intended to be both city staff involved in review of transit projects, as well as consultants and other design professionals that are involved in the design and delivery of projects to make clear what the city's expectations are. Also, the guide can be used as a resource to support future public consultations on transit projects. The guide isn't intended to be the definitive design guide for a project-specific basis. That will still need to be done on a project-by-project basis, but this is intended to provide a framework to assist those broad discussions. Next slide. This slide just illustrates how the guide thinks about various transit infrastructure elements and how they relate to the surrounding urban environment. So this is an example of a portal, which is where a transit line transitions from a surface alignment to an underground alignment, in this case on Eglinton Avenue as part of the Crosstown project. So what you see there in Zone 3 is the transit infrastructure itself, and this is where the Transit Authority generally has full jurisdiction, and the guide has very little to say about sort of the technical nuts and bolts of how that infrastructure is designed. Zone 1, on the other hand, is the land that surrounds the transit infrastructure, whether it's the public right-of-way or the private land surrounding it. And this is where the city either has direct jurisdiction through ownership or regulation. Zone 2 then is sort of the interface between the transit infrastructure and it's public facing and sort of forms the boundary between the cities and transit agencies' jurisdiction. And this is what the guide really tries to focus on. So the bulk of the guidance tries to shape the transit infrastructure within that Zone 2 there. I'll turn it over to Shauna now, and she will speak a little bit about some of the guiding principles and content of the guide.
So since the beginning of this study or this work in 2019, we engaged a core team of professionals from across various city divisions and agencies in recognition that we all share an interest in achieving a quality public realm. We spent quite a bit of time in these early phases working collaboratively with this core team to ensure we were working from a set of shared principles, as you can see here, which include urban integration, user experience, sustainability and resilience, intermodal operations, and accountability. These principles helped us to sort our gaps and background analysis work that was undertaken early on, helped to identify how existing guidance has been applied, as well as to identify where we needed to focus the guidelines we were developing. And the resulting guidelines in the Transit Design Guide were drafted to achieve these 5 broad principles. So the 5 elements you can see listed here and that Hans spoke to earlier, including ancillary structures, bus terminals, elevated guideways, elevated stations, and portals and retaining walls, were identified early on as priority elements to prepare design guidance for, following this background work and gaps analysis work for a number of reasons. For one, there was little to no direct or explicit design guidance existing for some of these elements, and as well, most of these elements were part of the current and ongoing transit projects across the city that city staff have been seeking to influence. For example, the Ontario Line, Scarborough Subway Extension, Yonge North Subway Extension, and Eglinton Crosstown West Extension. While the guide provides design directions for these 5 elements, project teams will still need to ensure that each project responds to its unique project-specific requirements and urban context. So the guide generally doesn't provide standards, metrics, or specification level type of guidance, but rather performance-based design direction, leaving room for project teams to adapt the design direction and apply creativity and professional judgment. And shown here is just a sample page spread from the Elevated Stations chapter, just demonstrating how important it was that the document be highly graphic, that the guidelines themselves were supported by annotated diagrams and precedent imagery. So in terms of next steps, the next round of chapters of the guide, in addition to the 5 that we've already prepared, will be developed throughout the course of Q3 and Q4 of 2022, and they will include the following elements: on-street bus and light rail transit stops, passenger pickup and drop-off facilities, maintenance and storage facilities, and transit-oriented development integration. Again, this next set of elements are found in many of the ongoing and planned higher-order transit projects, and the Transit Design Guide will continue to inform and be informed by this ongoing transit work. Work on the guide will continue over the next several years, again, as Hans referred to it as a living document, and will be supplemented over time. As additional chapters are developed through consultation with our core team, they will be posted to the website. Staff are engaged in transit work. We'll use this as a resource and will continue to document and share lessons learned and best practices and update the guide as needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I know you've got guidelines for different features, particularly for the Ontario line, but they are already now, they're going to be out doing that work long before the guideline has been established. So I'm just wondering if that's how that's going to work for us on the ground. So they're going to tender very shortly for the walls. You've got wall design. They're going to tender for all these different things. Stations will be tendered. And if it's not done till Q4, then how are you planning to actually impact anything they're doing? That's my first question. And second, what has Metrolinx, and I guess Mr. Toigo's here. I'm going to have to ask that right to the top, or to you, Chief Planner. What have they agreed to do vis-a-vis our thoughts on any of these things? Because as we know, they do whatever they want.
Through you, so perhaps maybe I'll start through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. Many of the items that have been incorporated into the design guideline have been communicated by planning through their review process, by transit expansion through the review process. Look, Councillor, you're quite right. Sometimes they do not listen, but they have been communicated to Metrolinx, and many of the items that have been incorporated into the design guidelines are in fact already into the program requirements. So
for the
will all of them be there? No. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor. My apologies.
No, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. So for the wall, design of the wall, acoustically and visually, which parts of this design guideline will be incorporated by Metrolinx as part of the requirements, if any?
James? The requirements, oh, sorry, why don't I let James speak to that then?
So we have been, Councillor, through the chair, Councillor, we have been taking the principles and the basic ideas that are in this and already applying them in our discussions in that working group that exists about the retaining walls and the corridor through your ward for the Ontario line. We're still in the middle of that exercise with them, so knowing exactly how much of what we say will be incorporated, I can't give you an answer on that yet, except that part of what we're talking about is, again, not specific standards, but design principles to shape a response in the particular place. And so we're finding on many things that Metrolinx is quite responsive to the ideas that we're raising.
So as far as the design principles, how many of those have found their way into the draft terms of reference, please?
Sorry, could you clarify the draft terms of reference for?
For the walls, which are now running through my ward because we can't get them to put it underground.
I will need, I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't have a specific answer on that. Hans, I'm not sure whether you're able to give a better idea of how that has factored in.
Thanks, James. So through the chair, as I think I mentioned, we've been developing this guide for approximately 2 years now, and we haven't been waiting until the guide has been finalized in order to apply the learnings in our review of the transit project with Metrolinx. So we have been sort of applying the guidelines as they've been developed through the core team process and the process we've been undertaking with the consultant team through our review of the project specifications and the detailed designs. And I think with respect to the Ontario Line Joint Corridor, that got us to a certain point in terms of a high level kit of parts approach that was a bit of an improvement over a standard retaining wall and noise barrier solution. but the process underway now needs to take that to the next level and sort of identify how that gets more specifically applied to different portions of the corridor in terms of what the right design solution is, given a particular land use context or a public realm context to the corridor. So, so as I mentioned, the guidance isn't in this document. It wasn't intended to be site specific and still needs to be applied to a project on a project specific basis.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Thank you. That was, it's hard to get a lot of questions in here because I only have 5 minutes. So my question's very specific. You have a draft guide, and how much of those elements are now finding themselves in the terms of reference for the design competition? Because it's no good having this come after that's all over. I think it's a very clear question, and I'm having trouble getting an answer.
So through the chair, Councillor, we will get back to you with more detailed, specific answer to your question in the next couple of days. That has, as Hans has indicated, that has shaped exactly what our input has been in the details of the design specifications and in that competition. But we will follow up with you with a more detailed response.
Is this report going to council?
No, it's not.
It's not. It's just here.
It's
So
being tabled for your information. Yeah.
everything's we're gonna have great designs, but everything will be built. But anyway, I'll speak to that. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Any other councillors with questions? Councillor Wong-Tam, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And I really want to just lend some support to Councillor Fletcher's questions regarding the Metro Line's the Metrolinx Ontario Line's obligations to adhere to these design guidelines. And so thank you for answering those questions. That was very helpful. I'm just curious about when infrastructure would belong to the TTC, but there is going to be some sort of common use with Metrolinx. Obviously, we want to adhere to the guidelines, but is there a way to cost share some of these designs with Metrolinx or any other transit providers? I know there's only 2, but one day in the future there might be a few more. How does the costing work for this?
So perhaps I can give an initial response through the chair, and Derek, you may want to add. I mean, part of what we've been arguing with part of what we've been asserting with Metrolinx is good design does not necessarily need to cost more. There are ways that we can design to have a better impact on the public realm and to make the infrastructure better, and it doesn't necessarily cost more. In terms of that shared infrastructure, I mean, some of this speaks to the relationships and the agreements that the Transit Expansion Office has been negotiating around operation of some of these facilities. So, Derek, I don't know whether there's anything more you may want to add to that.
Yeah, thank you, James. Again, through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. As James has said, so let me try to see if I can answer this question very quickly for you. As it relates to any sort of interconnection with that may be an interchange station with, say, for example, the TTC, there is a discussion with Metrolinx about, as James said, good design that actually creates the right flow, the right safe conditions for that station to operate. Whatever is required in order to do that would be included in the project requirements, and therefore it's going to be as part of the budget for the station that's connecting into that particular TTC station, if you would call it that. Further to that, there is a review that's done by the TTC, as well as Transit Expansion and a bunch of other divisions, that look at how the operations are going to be impacted and what the potential costs are. And the requirements that come out of that review are also incorporated into the requirements that are sent out to the project companies, so that what happens is that they're bidding on not just simply the capital costs associated with, but also the operating costs associated with it. And through that interaction in the design, there's an opportunity for changes to occur during the bid process to enhance and look at opportunities to make it better. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, that is incredibly helpful. And so with respect to some of the stations that sort of come out of sort of shopping destinations, whether they be malls or perhaps the hospitals and other institutions, if there's a desire from a third party host, oftentimes these knockout panels and stations come out of real estate that the city doesn't own, but it's housed in. And the property owner wants to see a higher quality materials or design used, or perhaps they want to integrate some new type of advertising. And I've seen this in other cities. How does that conflict, or perhaps those negotiations, what would be the terms of reference, or how would you manage that? I'm just thinking about 2 Bloor Street as an example. We just had that big planning application go through City Council. Yonge and Dundas is a very tired station. H&R Development holds the north end of the station, but we are kind of waiting upon them to redevelop in order for the TTC to unlock the potential of a new station there. So how would that work?
I think, Councillor, it's Craig. I think those types of examples happen through the development review process and our circulation of those applications to the TDC. The TTC has its own design language and its own standards that they comment on various development applications. So those examples that you cited, we would certainly engage the TDC directly on those files, talk to them about the types of connection opportunities that are possible. Certainly we work with local councillors and communities, and the TDC will give us comments back on plans and drawings that apply their own design language and standards. And that's the process that we follow to date. I don't think this guide specifically speaks to those types of examples, but I think it's a good insight as to how we can continue to build out the guide and continue to make it richer.
Okay, thank you very much.
So perhaps, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, Derek, go ahead and elaborate. I know that for some of the downtown shopping malls, those institutions, whether they universities or what have you, they're always very interested in whether or not they can influence the design.
So perhaps if I could, Madam Chair, if I could, to the councillor, just a little bit further to Greg's point, when it comes to any of the Metrolink stations that are connecting into, say, for example, the Eglinton Crosstown or the Finch West LRT, there is a transit operating funding agreement that actually has provisions in it that basically indicates that connections into the station are going to be funded obviously by Metrolinks, but then any sort of revenue that comes out of that is considered non-fair revenue attributable to the city and to the TTC for the operations of that connection. So just to give you a little bit added information.
Okay, thank you, Derek. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers? Any speakers on the item? Seeing none. Thank you, staff, for this work. I have a lot of experience with Metrolink, so I can sympathize as well with the questions that Councillor Fletcher had in there, but I think this is great work, very proactive, so nice to see. So thank you. Next item we have, actually, I'm going to ask for the committee. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to move the agenda and forgot to approve the item. So if I could have all those in favor and opposed, that carries. Okay, and now I'm going to ask the committee to consider opening item 6 because we have to do a small amendment on Councillor Wong-Tam's motion. So all those in favor of reopening item number 6, that carries. And now, Ellen, if you could put the motion back on the screen. Councillor's motion, all those in favor. And so the committee knows this was as requested per staff, correct, Helen? And agreed by the councillor to the changes.
That is correct.
Thank you. So all those in favor of the amendment? That carries. Item as amended, that carries. Okay, that takes us into item 13, our Plan Toronto Draft Official Plan Employment Policies in Chapter 1, Directions for Consultation. We also have a small staff presentation on this item, correct, Greg?
Yes, Madam Deputy Mayor, just a small contextual presentation to give the committee an update on where we stand with our Plan Toronto. Jeff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
Great, thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This is a really brief update on where we are with the Municipal Comprehensive Review, named our Plan Toronto, and the report with draft policies that is before you today. So in context, you know where we all are, but we sit in a greater region. And when we plan for employment lands, we're planning for the regional economy. And as we do that from a planning perspective, the official plan is nestled within the provincially led planning system as well. So at the greater bucket are the matters of provincial interest, from legislation to the provincial policy statement, and then the regional, the growth plan, and then our citywide vision, the Toronto official plan, and then all the way down to site-specific precision, which is encapsulated in zoning bylaws, uses, and standards. From an employment perspective, the province identifies provincially significant employment zones on the left, and in the middle, how we implement that is through our official plan employment areas. We have two designations, core and general employment areas, and the quick stats are that our employment areas are a finite land resource. There's 8,100 hectares, 13% of all the lands across the city, 400,000 of all the jobs, or 25% of the jobs across the city, are found within employment areas, and we can only have manufacturing, industrial, and warehousing jobs in the employment areas. And we found in 2021 that the industrial vacancy rate was at one of our all-time lows at 0.7%. Employment areas serve the public interest. So, you know, as part of the city planning is also applying the equity lens to our employment areas. These lands provide low barrier entry jobs for newcomers to Canada, those who face challenges getting their professional certifications recognized, and individuals where English is not their first language. These lands and the jobs accommodated within them provide living wage employment opportunities with local community transit access, and they also provide certainty and stability of land use permissions for operating businesses, providing essential goods and services. The official plan vision that I've been talking about is implemented through the zoning bylaw precision. So the draft policies before you propose to prohibit residential uses in our employment areas, and they also propose to encourage e-commerce within lands in our employment areas that are near to highways, have access to the urban market to deliver all the goods that we order online. And on the right is the zoning bylaw employment zones that, again, further implement the official plan. So we're also in a constant flux of review and implementation, and then review again. So we're reviewing our official plan to conform with the province's growth plan, and we do that every 5 years as required. And then we implement what council adopts through our zoning bylaw, through the zoning bylaw conformity. The Planning Act allows or requires municipalities 3 years to amend our zoning bylaw upon changes to the official plan. So that work is underway. We're catching up and keeping up at the same time. And I will just briefly go through what we are proposing for Chapter 1 of our official plan in terms of Indigenous planning perspectives, and a vision for 2051 and some directions. So with Council's adoption of the Reconciliation Action Plan, we're proposing to include in our official plan in Chapter 1, acknowledgement and the importance of land acknowledgements, a direction to seek to amplify Indigenous voices, to help us as a city identify opportunities for Indigenous placemaking and placekeeping within new development, and then include a sidebar and explanatory text on the Reconciliation Action Plan. So we'll be continuing to consult on these perspectives. from a vision, from a 2051 vision statement, the visions that we've heard through consultation that's before you in draft is that the official plan should seek to eliminate disparities experienced by Torontonians, prioritize climate change, and be the roadmap for Toronto to become the most inclusive city in the world. And we know that, what do those vision statements mean? We know that the post-pandemic recovery requires us to acknowledge that the pandemic was experienced very differently across the city. We need to challenge the orthodoxies and look for outcome-based directions that meaningfully work to reduce disparity and build up social cohesion. And in terms of prioritizing climate change, we know that climate change is the biggest challenge facing our planet. And we also want to prioritize Indigenous worldviews and relational views of land protection. And being the roadmap for the most inclusive city would mean that we know we're going to grow through population, through immigration, and we want to be a city that continues to welcome newcomers. And the vision statement is going to be buttressed by 3 principles, and they are access, equity, and inclusion. And the attachment 1 to the report describes what we mean when we say, access means access to transit, access to affordable housing. And we help to explain what it is, what does it mean when we say applying an equity lens, and then creating a safe and inclusive city. And that is the presentation. Thank you. And we have members of the staff team and our employment consultants who did our employment study to answer questions as well.
Thank you. Thanks, great presentation. Questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers, questions or speaking, Councillor Wong-Tam?
Just a couple of quick questions,
Go
if
ahead.
I may. Okay, thank you. And Jeffrey, thank you for your presentation and your ongoing good work on all the policy planning files. I don't know how you do it, but you do a great job. I'm just really interested in the question around equity when it comes to consultation, and in particular, how you will reach out to the gender diverse 2S LGBT community, I mean, everybody, quite honestly. But I think that when it comes to land use planning, my earliest observations coming into council has been oftentimes women and single moms. They're oftentimes underrepresented in those consultations. So it's those who have time, those who have the ability to take some time off of work. And oftentimes parents with young kids can't get to those consultations. How would consultation in 2022, 2023 look like now?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. So for the Our Plan Toronto process, we are hoping to create an example of how it can happen. And what we have been doing is we've created what's called a community leaders circle. So we've chosen representatives across the city, about 40 of them, who work with marginalized and vulnerable groups. And we've given them, members of this CLC, the Community Leaders Circle, an honorarium to consult with their constituents. So we're not directly consulting with victims of domestic violence or homeless youth in Rexdale, but people who work with these populations are on this committee. And so, and they report back to us and our consultants on what they've heard from their constituencies and the challenges they face.
So that's fantastic, and that's I believe that's an approach that hasn't been taken before. Is that correct, or have you done this already?
I'll give credit to the chair. Give credit to the housing secretariat. I believe they did this for the housing opportunities plan.
Okay, that's great. I think more of that sounds like the way we should be heading. And I'm just very curious with respect to, the full-on definition around employment and how employment is defined and where the commercial activities can take place. So, and this is just an example. In many of the lower income rental buildings, we have seen a lot of micro enterprise. So therefore, there's crafting and sewing circles, catering collectives, oftentimes generated out of people's apartments. But you've got, for example, several Bengali families that have come together and they've now started a business. Obviously, they don't cook all the food in one kitchen, but between the 5 or 6 families, they cook enough to cater, 500 meals. So, is there some thinking early on about how to create some accommodations to allow for the policy to be flexible enough
So therefore, this type of micro social enterprise can take place at the same time where we're not just sort of unduly shutting it down before these little small businesses could potentially scale up and get their own commercial kitchen.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll respond to that question through the chair. The way that we define employment is effectively jobs in the city, and the province describes the number of jobs that we need to achieve. And then they also say we have employment areas. Not all of our jobs are in employment areas, despite the amount of time that we spend speaking about it. We also have a significant number of jobs in our mixed use areas. So those are locations where it's higher density, they're intended for growth, they're supposed to accommodate a mix of uses, which speaks to what you're speaking to right now, where that could happen in a home or it could happen in a commercial kitchen. We hear about ghost kitchens these days, and people being able to work out of flexible space. I think one of the challenges we have is with affordability. Of course, not just with housing, but also with non-residential space, which accommodates these sorts of economic activities. But outside of employment areas, or mixed-use areas, or neighborhoods, they all accommodate opportunities for employment.
Christina, thank you. So that means that if folks wanted to start a micro enterprise in their home, that it would be permitted at some point, or are we just is it a matter of us ignoring it right now? We don't come in and enforce, but we know it's happening.
It's not precluded by the official plan. It is permitted. It's when you come to zoning, which may control the size of those facilities, specifically if they are attracting in a large number of employees or a large number of customers to a neighborhood, for example. But many of these uses could be accommodated even within our residential zones.
I think it's home-based businesses, Councillor. If that's what it is, then there is no prohibition for home-based businesses. When you get into attracting customers and putting up signs and things within transitions, we've also a few years ago done the different zoning on apartment sites across the city to permit mixed use. We did that as a blanket change in order to facilitate some of the types of changes that you're starting to see in apartment neighborhoods.
That was your last question, Councillor. Any more questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers on the item? Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Before we go to speakers, we have one deputant, Aaron Detler. Aaron? Good afternoon, Aaron.
My name is Aaron Detler, Galiwayong Darley I'm Haudenosaunee Confederacy Chiefs Council. At this point, we're asking the committee to reject the recommendations and the requests put forward by the staff on this matter. We have some serious concerns with the failure of the city to uphold commitments it's made to engage and undertake good faith advancement of the goals of reconciliation. In 2010, the City of Toronto adopted a statement of commitment to the Aboriginal communities of Toronto. In that statement, the City of Toronto committed to engaging directly with treaty rights holders. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy Chiefs Council holds collective rights over the entirety of the City of Toronto. The entirety of the City of Toronto is covered by the Nanfan Treaty of 1701. The city is aware of this. The city staff are aware of this. However, to date, despite repeated requests, we've been unable to secure meaningful engagement. We've requested meeting after meeting with staff, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to move forward with them. In 2015, the city endorsed all of the calls of actions on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Those calls to action included adoption of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission reports, including the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which includes the obligation of the city to obtain free, prior, informed consent with respect to conduct that impairs, infringes, or otherwise interferes with Haudenosaunee rights and interests. Simply today, looking at the employment lands, I can pick out about 15 different sacred sites within that map that Mr. Cantos just put up. There's been no engagement whatsoever with respect to this proposal. We've asked repeatedly for engagement with respect to the MCR, the Our Toronto plan, but there's been no engagement whatsoever. We know quite clearly that in 2015, when the city endorsed the calls to action, there's another commitment that they made, commitment number 4, and that the city committed to engaging Aboriginal communities in the city's decision-making process, to removing barriers to Indigenous participation, and to increasing the representation and role of Aboriginal people in municipal boards and committees. Unfortunately, I do not see any Indigenous people on this particular committee, which is disheartening. We know that in 2019, the city adopted the Accelerating Toronto's Climate Action Plan, which requires engagement and consent seeking. We know that Section 2 of the Planning Act requires that matters of provincial interest be incorporated into all of the municipalities' planning exercises. And in particular, Section 3, which requires the city to uphold the provincial policy statement. As it currently stands, the provincial policy statement has been ignored with respect to the proposal before the council. Section 2.6.5 has been ignored, Section 4.8, and most importantly, Section 1.2.2 of the PPS have been ignored in their entirety. We have asked the city on numerous occasions to consider how it's going to uphold the commitments it's made to Indigenous peoples. The Indigenous Action to Reconciliation, the Reconciliation Action Plan, was drafted without Indigenous input, without Haudenosaunee input. And I was disheartened to see the slide that Mr. Cantos, when he talked about Indigenous planning perspectives. Really what that slide should say is it should say that this is Toronto's idea about Indigenous planning perspectives, without the City of Toronto ever talking to the Indigenous people who hold treaty rights. There are people who hold treaty rights. I, for instance, hold treaty rights. I can exercise my treaty rights throughout Toronto. But if this plan is adopted and this MCR approach is adopted, the City of Toronto is telling me that I can't build a house in certain places because they've designated it for employment. They don't know if those are sacred areas. They've never asked. So we're left going around in circles time and time again, without Toronto taking seriously the obligation to advance reconciliation. So, subject to a commitment from the committee to engage in further discussions, I'm at a loss on how to get the city to do what it says it's going to do. So those are my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today. Yes, Councillor.
Sorry, Chair. It's Councillor Wong-Tam. Do you mind if I ask a quick question?
Yes, go ahead. I was going to offer that to the committee because it was my mistake.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. And my question to the speaker, and nice to hear from you. I'm curious to know the engagement, the level of engagement you've had with the Aboriginal Affairs Office, the Indigenous Affairs Office.
We've had no engagement with the Indigenous Affairs Office because the Haudenosaunee consider that to be a racialized offensive term. The Haudenosaunee do not consider themselves to be Indigenous. They don't consider themselves, they would never describe themselves as Indigenous. It's a term of racial hegemony and a particularly offensive word. So if there's a group or entity that's been set out to deal with Indigenous people, that's one thing. We have a nation-to-nation relationship that's based upon treaties, and that body doesn't have any of those treaties. So that's the short answer, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess that sort of jogs another question. You are the representative for the Haudenosaunee Development Institute, correct?
Correct, and that's the entity that's been delegated by the Confederacy chiefs to address development on their lands. And as everyone here is aware, I have been here since 9:30, and my heartfelt respect to this committee for all the work you do. I've been listening for the entire day. But when you opened up the meeting, the first thing that was recognized that this is Haudenosaunee land. So the Crown, the British Crown in 1755 recognized that they own the entirety of the city of Toronto. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. And I guess, if I have a little bit more time, I'm trying to understand, and I think it might be helpful for all of the committee to understand if the Haudenosaunee Development Institute is being empowered to act on behalf of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. Has the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, because I think there might be a more direct relationship with the Confederacy or Six Nations in this case, if there's been any communications between the Chief of Six Nations or the Confederacy with the Mayor, recognizing that he represents the head of government here. Because I think if there needs to be an establishment of relationships, that might be a good place to start if it hasn't already taken place. And if it has, that's wonderful to hear too.
Thank you, Councillor. We have a meeting with the mayor. We've already had one meeting with the mayor. We've got another meeting with the mayor lined up for 2 weeks from now. We did have a meeting with the chief planner lined up that got canceled, I think 10 minutes before the meeting was supposed to proceed. So I normally wouldn't send to us yesterday, and we needed to, my apologies here, but to draw a bit of a line in the sand to say, the MCR as it's proceeding is offside, in our opinion, of the provincial policy statement, and it's offside of Toronto's commitments that it's made to its treaty partners. So that's, even though we're meeting with the mayor, we're going to clarify that relationship. We would be happy to meet, and we are going to be continuing to meet with councillors to explain the situation. But structurally, in terms of what the work the committee is doing, we needed to get this on the record. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. And I guess maybe just to further understand the meeting with the mayor, is it the Confederacy chiefs that are meeting with the mayor, or is it the Development Institute that's meeting with the mayor?
It's some of the chiefs and HDI that are meeting with.
Okay, thank you. And the purpose of the meeting is to specifically speak about the report that's here today, or to speak about overall consultation engagement with the Confederacy?
All
three, okay.
With a focus on beginning to do some education that we think is necessary, but from the mayor's perspective and the chief's perspective, at that level, it's really much more of a quote unquote a political tip that we're advancing in those types of meetings versus this type of meeting, which is obviously much more technical.
Thank you very much.
Can I just ask a follow-up, please?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Yeah, I just need to be really clear. You're from the HDI, Haudenosaunee Development Institute. Is that at Six Nations, Aaron?
Correct. So at Six Nations, sorry, go ahead, Councillor.
No, you tell me. Go ahead.
So at Six Nations in 1924, when initiated the program to abduct children, one of the things that he did at the same time as he was putting children into residential schools was they attempted to displace the traditional chiefs. And so the traditional chiefs are here. They've been governing since time immemorial. But in 1924, an Indian Act Band Council was put into place with 9 votes. There's tremendous resistance here at Six Nations with respect to the imposition of the Indian Act. I work with the traditional chiefs. One of the misconceptions that continues to be maintained is that somehow something created in 1924 could speak to these treaty relationships. Obviously, they didn't exist at the time these treaties were entered into. We've advised city staff of this position. We've advised city staff that the provincial government has recognized the chiefs. We've advised the city staff that the federal government has recognized the chiefs as the collective rights holders. And it's unfortunate that we're at this stage now, 3 years into trying to get somewhere with the city, but
thank you.
People are less
I
patient.
just think it's always helpful to have something. Anyway, I'm sure you'll get that all in writing. from whoever needs to put that in writing at some point. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Catherine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. I'm going to give an opportunity to any members of the committee that want to follow up with staff on any questions if you so wish. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for the indulgence, Chair. I guess because we just had this particular deputation coming from Mr. Deckfloor, if you could provide some comments to our chief planner, I guess, regarding the council meeting, and of course things come up all the time, but also with respect to any of the suggestions that the speaker raised that either were in breach of treaty obligations and the claims that the City of Toronto is not meeting its obligations regarding consultation and engagement here.
Through the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Wong Tam, the staff to date have met with they have had 5 meetings with Indigenous rights holders and caretakers, a number of in-depth telephone surveys with Indigenous organizations, and one group meeting. So there have been discussions underway, consultations and engagement underway. This report before you is an endorsement for further consultation. So we're not asking the committee to approve anything today, and we certainly undertake to consult with HDI on this matter. There's no decision that we're asking the committee to make today pursuant to any policy position that the city may wish to be taking.
Thank you very much, Chief Planner. And so your suggestion is for us to proceed, so therefore you can go through the exercise of the work plan as laid out to do the consultation that is part of what will ultimately inform the final report, the staff recommendations when they do come back, after speaking to all the community groups, the stakeholders, including organizations like the HDI.
Yes, we'll continue to consult and engage, and it's as you just outlined.
Okay, thank you very much. That was very helpful.
I just have a question as well. I think Mr. Lintern, yes, that is, there are, through Councillor Layton, of course, he chairs the Indigenous Affairs Committee, and that's our relationships from the city. Many of them are created there. And so for these conversations, I would assume that, I know I've just had a long conversation with the Mississaugas of the Credit around naming of Lower Coxwell. And I've been to the band, they've given me the names, I've sent those in. So we do just have a process for consultation. And I want to be really clear that we're using the official lines and official pathways for conversations. And that I gather that whoever is the Grand Chiefs Council or Haudenosaunee Council at Six Nations, that just as the mayor speaks for the city council, that we're looking to have those conversations with the representatives of each and every one of the, not to see Mr. Cantos is nodding, so that
yes.
Just to make sure that, I mean, I can't represent Councillor Wong Tam's ward, in other words. No, what I might say I do, but it's not mine. So just want to make sure that we're very aligned. Consultation is so critical, and that we're extremely aligned, and it's all the protocols are in place, that when we engage in it, that we're very clearly engaged in a protocol way.
Yes, and
those who are in charge.
That's a very good way to put it, Councillor Fletcher. And we are engaging through the Aboriginal Affairs Committee. We are fully engaged with Selena's group as well in the Aboriginal Affairs office, and we'll continue that process through the course of this. I think we're scheduled to go on May the 18th, Jeff. Is that correct? With this material. So again, keeping that process very much through the official channels, as you indicated.
So we have an official channel that we use through the committee that reports to council, and then the mayor has official political channels that have a protocol with them. Would I be right to describe it in that way?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Seeing none. Speakers on the item? Seeing none, I move to approve the recommendations in the report. All those in... I have a motion. That is true. Thank you. That is true. That is true. I have a motion. I'm so sorry. I do have a motion that I worked with staff for them as part of the MCR to do further analysis at this property. So on my motion, all those in favor? That carries. On the item as amended, all those in favor? That carries. Okay. Now, last item, 33.15, 2600, 2700 Steeles Avenue West, City of Vaughan Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Applications, Request for Directions Report. We have one speaker, Chris Wong. Good afternoon, Chris.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So my name is Chris Wong. I'm with York University Development Corporation. And I'd like to begin my remarks simply by confirming that we have reviewed planning staff's report and have no concerns with the recommendations therein. YUDC became aware of the Zancor proposal, Zancor Homes proposal, when the developer's consultant requested a meeting with us to present the proposal, and that meeting occurred just about a month ago on March the 21st. Since then, we have followed up with both City of Vaughan and City of Toronto planning staff to better understand how each department expects to proceed in the management of the applications and the process requirements, particularly in relation to the upcoming fall municipal election. Our concern here is whether or not there will be initiatives or, to try and have the Vaughan Council render a decision on the application ahead of the election. YUDC has also engaged traffic and transportation consultants to review the applicant's traffic impact study. And that review has revealed one significant issue that we'd like to bring to the attention of the committee. Specifically, the proposal indicates a new public road on the north side of Steeles, connecting to Steeles, that does not align with the road plans in the York University secondary plan. And that's a long-standing secondary plan that City Council approved back in 2009. And I was around in those days, and I worked very closely with North District planning staff in the process that led to the approval of of the York University secondary plan, and subsequently with Vaughan planning in the process that led to their secondary plan for the lands on the north side of Steeles. And I know that there was, the city staff went to great lengths to ensure that the road networks on both plans were aligned to ensure proper signalization and spacing on Steeles Avenue West. So we'll be forwarding comments to both the Vaughan planning staff, and we've already had a conversation with city planning about this discrepancy. And we understand that Toronto Transportation Services are still finalizing their review, and we'd hope that they'd be highlighting the discrepancy as well in the commenting to Vaughan. So our overall, just to conclude, our objective here is really to protect the integrity of the York University secondary plan and to ensure that in the coming years and decades as York proceeds to develop its lands, that it can do so with the confidence of knowing that the basis of this long-standing planning document is something that we can work with, that we're not going to be surprised or have to deal with any unexpected conditions as a result of the proposals that are coming forward on the north side. So these are my comments, and happy to take any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none?
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's Peruzza. I have a couple of questions.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
So, Chris, you've obviously been working in this area and with the York Plan for a number of years, correct?
That's correct, Councillor Peruzza.
Yeah, and you're very familiar with the both the York University secondary plan as well as the sort of the official plan amendment that was approved on the north side of Steeles here. Basically, I think it encompassed all the lands between Jane and Keele-St, correct?
That's correct. Correct. It's from Jane to Steeles Jane to Keele, north of Steeles to the Hydro Corridor.
To the Hydro Corridor. That's key. Okay, and then so there's like a strip of land. Let's call it a strip of land, which has a considerable depth off of Steeles, that all abuts the Hydro Corridor to the north, and then beyond the Hydro Corridor, there's a rail line. Correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and that rail line it stretches sort of a considerable way. I think it basically begins to do this from about Martin Grove, and then I don't know, it extends east almost to Markham. But I don't want to ask you about that. What I do want to ask you about is simply this. So the OP, the official plan amendment that occurred on the north side of Steeles, with a considerable amount of work in aligning both the road network with York University secondary plan in this area, and all of the sort of the official plan designations in that OP. That was all done within with the subway and the subway stations already located there, right? That, like the Black Creek station was there, the 407 station, the York University station, they were all part of that process and part of that consideration, correct?
I'm trying to recall the exact timing of the.
I think the OP there took place in 2015 on the north side, and the subway and the subway approval and the subway construction and the
was well underway.
Well underway. I mean, in terms of the work. So that I guess I just want to sort of go back. So it was all done with the subway, and that's right. And because the subway station at Steeles, the Black Creek, what is now called the Black Creek station, I think it's called Black Creek Station.
Pioneer Village.
Pioneer Village Station, sorry. Pioneer Village Station. That station sort of, activated a review of the lands in and around that station, correct? And that OP was done with that in mind, right?
There was not a review of the lands within the York secondary plan.
Not the York secondary plan, correct? No, you've updated your plan since then. You've done your own side of the street. I understand that, but the OP on the north side of Steeles, it took into account that station, right?
Yes, as far as I know, yes.
Okay. Okay, and listen, you're a planner, correct?
Yes, planning and land development.
And in your view, just a reaction, the proposal that's been put forward by Vaughan there on that site. I mean, is that a good plan for that site? I know I'm putting you on the spot.
Well,
I'm asking you for an opinion, right?
It is a very it's a very dense proposal, certainly, but given the proximity of the site to the Pioneer Village Station and earlier conversations in today's meeting about the MTSAs and development densities, within proximity of transit stations. It certainly is something that, can be expected. Now, I guess the question is the magnitude of the increase in density an appropriate one? But that's not for me to give an opinion at this point.
Fair enough. Listen, have you've reviewed the servicing studies that they provided with the development, correct?
We're still in process of looking at the technical reports. The only one that has been thoroughly looked at has been the traffic impact study by our, and that's been done by our traffic consultant.
That was your last question, Councillor.
That's fine.
Thank
Fair
you.
enough. Listen, Chris, thank you so much. All right, appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Speakers on the item. Councillor Pruitt.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have a couple of questions of staff. Would that be
Oh,
okay?
sorry. Yes, go ahead. Questions of staff.
All right, perfect. I just want to basically turn to the, if the planning staff can just briefly describe what currently exists here on the north side of Steeles, say between Jane Street and Keele Street. That strip of land that basically, fronts on Steeles, abuts the hydro corridor, and then further abuts a rail line. I just want to get a bit of a description of that.
Through you, Mayor and Chair. The lands to the on the north side of Steeles. In fact, one of the reasons why this proposal is before Vaughan is because they're seeking an amendment to the zoning in Vaughan to change it from employment land zoning to allow for this residential development.
Right, but I just wanted to get a sense. So there is no residential community on the north side of Steeles here, anywhere from Dufferin Street, basically to, I don't know, to Weston Road or beyond that, on the north side of Steeles, right? There's no residential. It's all employment lands, correct?
Yes, through you, the Chair. It's all employment. There is no residential.
Right, and then beyond that, when you get past the hydro corridor and the rail line, it between say Jane and Keele on the north side of Steeles, it's all employment land. From my understanding, beyond that, all the way to Highway 7, correct?
I don't have the Vaughan land use map in front of me, but beyond the immediate employment lands is the hydro corridor, and I think it is employment that goes all the way up to 7.
So there's no schools, no libraries, no parks, no community centers, there's none of those amenities that you would think that people kind of like use or that are connected with residential development, correct?
Yes, through the Chair. In fact, the report speaks to this matter and that we are encouraging Vaughan to, if it's considering this application, to do so with a need for community services and facilities, that they be provided either as part of this development or in conjunction with it to help service the residential units that are being proposed here.
Right. Let me just ask you about that. So their community services study, right? Their stuff. Like where are they providing anything? Like they're not building any new like libraries or community centers or anything like that, correct?
To the Chair, that's correct. At least at this stage, this proposal does not have community services and facilities uses on site, has some green space and some non-residential uses, but no community services and facilities uses.
Okay, so where would the kids from this development go to school, for example?
Through the Chair, I do not know. It's one of our issues. It's why we're raising it. It's an isolated kind of standalone intense development that obviously these are issues that as this process continues at Vaughan, these matters are going to have to be addressed.
Okay, and from this development, we would get like, we get no taxes, no development charges, no Section 37. So there's no, we get no benefits, but we would have to, I mean, all of the services here, it seems like, would all come from the south side of Steeles, correct? From the city of Toronto,
Through
rather.
the chair, I mean, it's not the obligation of the city of Toronto to provide community services and facilities to a Vaughan development. We will not be, it's within the city of Vaughan, so we will not be at least directly benefiting by any, for example, Section 37 or community benefits charges that may occur related to this site.
No, but I understand that. But in this area, for example, when, and I'm not referring now just to the York University lands, but in and around the York University lands, sort of when you get to the Jane Street, you know, sort of corridor and area and further south, we have a lot of development there where we've never, you know, the services that people require have never kept pace. We don't have adequate community centers. We don't have the green space. We don't have the libraries. We don't have the you know, the soft, you know, those services that people require. We're deficient in all those areas, and we've been trying to play catch up for years, years, and years. But this development would further tax those inadequate services that we currently have. Correct?
Last question, Councillor. Last question.
You know, they would be crossing, you know, Steeles Avenue for those things, for the schools, for the parks, for the libraries. For,
wrap it up, Councillor.
Right? Well, that's the wrap up. I just wanted to make that. I just wanted to get that point out there that, you know, like, well, we're not getting any money here. There's no benefit to us, but we are going to have to provide.
Councillor, your question.
That's the question.
Okay.
Well, I could answer this in short, yes. And it's noted in the report that there is concerns with this application, its intensity and its impact on the City of Toronto.
Great, thank you. Speakers, any other councillors with questions on this item? Seeing none. Speakers on the item?
Yeah. Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to
go ahead, Councillor.
All right, first, listen, I too just want to thank staff for the report. I agree with the propositions in the report, and that this particular application is of particular interest to the City of Toronto in terms of its size and impact on this particular area, and the lack of you know, amenities and the lack of you know, those kinds of things that we like to call services that are required to make a development or to make a you know, a complete community and a community sustainable. So you know, if you look at like this area from high level, what you will notice is that you will notice a Steeles Avenue. You'll notice a strip of land that runs basically from Martin Grove to Dufferin Street. That's sort of hived off from the city of Vaughan or York, or I don't know which cities it actually abuts. But it's flanked by a hydro corridor, a real estate, a rail line, and it's really separated from the city of Vaughan and the regions to the north. So so that anything that you do within this swath of land, anywhere along it, is really it's development that then impacts the other side of the street, the other side of Steeles Avenue, all along there. Because you know, I don't know where somebody from this development would go to school. I think our planners, you know, have hit the nail on the head on that. I don't know. I don't know where the nearest school in Vaughan or York region is to this area, but it's not anywhere near it because there are no schools there. There are no parks. There are no libraries. There are no community centers. There are none of this. And in fact, transit provided to this development is along Steeles Avenue. It's the City of Toronto, and we usually get some development charge money to deal with some of these issues. I know that, for example, there's a report in here that talks about the hard connections in terms of the sewers and whatnot. But the reality is everything flows downhill, and sludge isn't going north. to Highway 7. I don't know. But I suspect that at some point it's going to be, even if those connections are made to the north of the site, eventually it flows downhill and flows through our system, and we're not getting, there's not a nickel for us. So we're going to pay the costs of this, in a very significant number of ways, and in a very significant, in some very significant areas. And you know what, I was somewhat alarmed to hear some of the comments that were made at Vaughan, in Vaughan at council when they were dealing with this development. Basically, was so what you have here is a proposal to build 8 towers on 4 podiums that are in excess of 50 stories in height, all of them, which has a density level of, I don't know, 12 or 13 times coverage, and a very, very significant impact, some 4,700 units and so on, and the comments there, and understanding that that this particular development has no impact on any community on the north side of Steeles. All of the impact are on the south side of Steeles, and the comments that were being made there was like, well, this is the site where we're going to deal with supply issues. I guess what that meant was like housing supply issues and things like that. And it's like there was no conversation around, as far as I could tell, that hey, we need to make this a more complete community. We need to figure out how it is that we get these people the kinds of services and the kinds of amenities that this community is going to require in order to be able to work. But moreover, it was mostly a conversation around, well, you know what, City of Toronto will deal with all of that. City of Toronto will pick up the bill for all of that.
Councillor, thank you. Thank you for your comments.
So, yeah.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I can move staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you, members of the committee, staff. That concludes our agenda for today. Thank you, everyone.